Chapter 13:22. These ear-piercing words caused all the demon's anger to shoot up, especially Chi-Yu. His eyes were red as he turned his head and stared in the direction of the voice. A black dot flashed and appeared not far away. He crossed his arms and looked like he was waiting to watch a good show. The contempt and disdain in his eyes were obvious. Chi-Yu's pupils shrank as he said through gritted teeth, "Mo-sia." Mo-sia looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally. "Chi-Yu, even in your dreams, you never thought that you would become like this. That there would be such a day, right? Mo-sia, don't be sarcastic. At least I'm still alive, and the master you swore loyalty to is dead." Chi-Yu retorted. Mo-sia said calmly, "Master's resurrection is imminent. Your words are meaningless." Chi-Yu's heart trembled as he asked, "Looks like you've collected enough pure yang energy. However, do you think Tang Jing will sit by and do nothing? You have to know that Tang Jing told me that you used the life totem to absorb pure yang energy. It's just that I have more important things to do, so I didn't pay attention to you." "Ha, looks like your so-called more important things are to bring the wildlands back to the world, right? Unfortunately, you failed." Mo-sia mocked. Chi-Yu snorted coldly, "Do you think you can resurrect the Yellow Emperor? I'm not as stupid as you. Tang Jing ruined my plans every time. Aren't you the same? Wasn't the matter of the Golden Crow's soul and the life totem ruined by Tang Jing?" Mo-sia didn't fall into the trap and said calmly, but he didn't completely destroy it and make it impossible to salvage the situation. Right now, the plan is going smoothly. Even Tang Jing can't ruin it. Seeing how confident you are, then the Yellow Emperor's resurrection is a done deal? Chi-Yu asked. Mo-sia smiled. Everything went without saying. Chi-Yu cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't know what the other party was planning, so he couldn't do anything about it. When he thought about how the Yellow Emperor would be resurrected and how he would have to face his nemesis again, he found it hard to suppress the anger in his heart. From now on, not only would he have to face Tang Jing, but he would also have to face the Yellow Emperor. This was equivalent to being attacked from both sides. His situation would be very dangerous. An idea came to him, and he pretended to be kind and said, "Mo-sia, you and I are from the same era. Although we are enemies, we are still acquaintances. There is something I have to remind you of." "Oh, when did you become so kind-hearted?" Mo-sia jokingly said, not believing Chi-Yu's so-called kindness. "This is just a suggestion from an old acquaintance." Mo-sia raised an eyebrow and said with interest, "Then I'd like to hear what kind of suggestion it is." "Kill Tang Jing. Especially at this time when he has used up a lot of energy. If you kill him, no one will be able to ruin your plans." Chi-Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke. Mo-sia was slightly startled, and then he laughed loudly. "Ha, Chi-Yu, you really haven't changed. Even at this time, you still want to instigate me to clear the obstacles for you. Do you think you're the only smart person in the world?" Chi-Yu's motives were seen through, but he didn't panic. He calmly said, "Don't tell me my words don't make sense. Even if the Yellow Emperor is resurrected, Tang Jing will become his enemy in the future, and he may even become a great threat to him." Mo-sia shook his head. "Although I admit that Tang Jing isn't normal, I have to say that you think too highly of him. You actually put him on the same level as Master." It was clear that even though Mo-sia believed that Tang Jing was very powerful and difficult to deal with, and that he might be able to threaten him, he didn't believe that Tang Jing could threaten the Yellow Emperor. When he heard Chi-Yu's suggestion, he couldn't help but feel that it was ridiculous. Chi-Yu shook his head and sighed, "You guys think too highly of yourselves. Even after tens of thousands of years, you guys are still the same. I don't need you to lecture me. You, on the other hand, have repeatedly suffered at the hands of Tang Jing. This can only mean one thing: you're too weak. Back then, you weren't a match for Master, and now, you're even less of a match for Master. Since that's the case, there's no need to wait for Master to make a move. I'll get rid of you first. Mo's killing intent surged as he finished speaking. Chi Yu was suddenly startled. He was actually being looked down upon by the Yellow Emperor's subordinates. This was a great humiliation. It had to be known that back then, he could easily crush Mo's. The only one who could contend against him was the Yellow Emperor. This contrast between before and after made Chi Yu's lungs almost explode. Mo's, you dare to clamor in front of me alone. You don't know how to write death. Back then, you survived, but now, you will definitely die. I will burn your bones and scatter your ashes. You will never be able to rise again. You will never have the chance to revive. Saint King, kill him. Chi Yu ordered. Saint King, who had already dispelled the barbaric aura, found an opportunity to vent the anger in his heart. Whoosh! Saint King raised the sky-splitting axe, and a cold light flickered as he aimed it at Mo's. Mo's was not afraid at all. He sneered and said, Chi Yu, do you really think I'm alone? Chi Yu raised his eyebrows. He had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Mo's raised his hand, and there was a ring on his finger. With a flash of light, a black mass of people appeared behind him. Lu Wuxin and Yi Meiyu were among the crowd. In the Battle of the Life Totem, the two of them fled in panic and were injured. Now that their injuries had healed, and their cultivation seemed to have improved a lot, they were in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. Storage ring. Chi Yu's heart trembled as he cried out in shock, you actually have such a storage magic treasure. This was the pain in Chi Yu's heart. Although he had been resurrected for a long time and had the War Soul Sword, he still lacked a high-grade storage magic treasure like Summer Tianxia. Mo's had actually obtained such a magic treasure first, which meant that he could hide his weapons with him. By himself, he could come and go without a trace. Whether it was a sneak attack or a battle, it would be more unexpected and the power would increase greatly. Mo's raised his hand, looked at the ring on his finger, and said with a smile, that's right, a storage ring. He called it the Me Ring. What's so great about a broken ring? Chi Yu pretended to be disdainful. Mo's shrugged his shoulders and said, it's not that great, but you don't have it. These words were very despicable, completely poking at Chi Yu's pain, igniting his anger. He roared hysterically, kill them, kill. Saint King took the lead, leading the exhausted demons, stimulating their remaining fighting strength, and in the blink of an eye, they fought with the Emperor's tribe. Shouts of killing immediately resounded through the sky, and blood dyed half the sky red. Tang Zhang and the others returned to the peak of Mount Tai, but did not discover this desperate battle. Otherwise, he would have definitely joined in. Looking at the desolate peak of Mount Tai, especially the dead and injured comrades on the ground, everyone fell into silence. This battle was the most desperate one in Tang Zhang's history, and the number of casualties was the most. Only now did he realize that he could not truly protect everyone's life. There was a limit to human strength. Although he was full of confidence, there were still things in this world that he could not do. A stifling atmosphere brewed in everyone's hearts. Many people squatted down with red eyes, holding their dead comrades, wiping the blood from their faces, and tears flowed out of their eyes. Who said that men were not easily moved because they had not yet been deeply hurt? This scene was the best proof of that. Although Tang Jing did not cry, the emotions in his heart were even more painful than tears. He realized that his one word, his one order, could affect many people, even affect their life and death. As the saying went, the more one had, the greater one's responsibility. He deeply understood this point. The dead included not only shamans, but also martial artists, and even a few elites of the Li Palace. Li Xiaotian had temporarily transferred them over. Thus, seeing so many people of different statuses fall together was extremely shocking. What do we do now? Tian Chanzi asked. Tang Zheng's gaze swept over the battlefield bit by bit, as if unwilling to miss a single detail. He wanted to deeply engrave this scene in his mind. No one urged him, only watched him. After this battle, he had already become the core of everyone's attention. Bring back all the sacrificed comrades. We want to properly bury them, so that they can rest in peace in the underworld. Tang Zheng's voice was powerful and resonant, his voice deep. Yes. The reply was similarly complex, deafening. Following that, everyone orderly found the bodies of their comrades. Because there were demons among the dead. Many people hugged each other, continuously wrestling and killing each other. In the end, they perished together, their deaths were extremely tragic. Martial artists were not completely useless. Many martial artists eventually used their lives to exhaust other martial artists to death, or a few martial artists worked together to surround and annihilate other martial artists. The role of martial artists in this battle explained to the world their battle strength and usefulness. Tang Zheng had never looked down on martial artists. After all, he had too many martial artists by his side. Furthermore, there was Lord Ji Wuxiang, this heaven-defying martial artist. The heaven's chess that he created was extremely difficult to break even for martial artists. Which martial artist would dare to boast shamelessly that he was stronger than Ji Wuxiang? It was precisely because of this attitude of his that he won the Yan family's loyalty. Even though they knew that there would be casualties, and there would be quite a few of them, the Yan family still bravely sent people to support. Tang Zheng walked to the side of the Witch clan elder, and the Witch clan gathered around him. The Witch clan members on the altar were heavily injured. Although they managed to survive in the end, they would need to recuperate for a period of time before they could fully recover. But at this moment, the Witch clan reunited, sweeping away the previous haze. They held each other's hands and chattered non-stop, as if they had thousands of words to say. This was the most realistic reaction of people who had experienced a life and death situation. Seeing Tang Zheng walking over, the Witch clan members stopped talking and stared at him with burning eyes. They bowed deeply and shouted respectfully, "Master." This sentence came from the bottom of their hearts. Tang Zheng did not correct them. The Witch clan had already made their choice to respect him as their master. If he did not accept their respect, it would be a blow to the Witch clan's mood. Tang Zheng solemnly nodded his head, and one by one he tightly shook their hands, shaking each other's hands powerfully. In the end, when Tang Zheng held the elder's hand, the two of them looked at each other. Tang Zheng said earnestly, "Elder, I've let you suffer." The elder shook his head emotionally, "No. Master, our entire clan is grateful to you for saving our lives." After pausing for a moment, the elder said mysteriously, "Also, the grace of rebirth." Chapter 13:23. The Grace of Rebirth. Tang Zheng was completely confused. The elder was very clear about what Tang Zheng was thinking. He smiled mysteriously and explained, "Only now do we understand that there is a savage aura in the blood of the Witch clan. In the past, these savage auras had always been silent. Now, they have been completely activated and have fused with our blood and bodies, completely changing us." Tang Zheng was shocked. There's actually such a thing. The elder nodded and sighed, "Yes, after we fuse with the savage aura, our future cultivation will be different." Tang Zheng vaguely guessed something. The savage aura will help us quickly increase our cultivation. In the future, if we meet another enemy, the Witch clan will not be like this. We will become the warriors that Master is most proud of. Although the Witch clan was known as a natural warrior, the Witch clan in the 10,000 mountains did not display this trait. They were mostly protected by Tang Zheng. But from today onwards, this situation would completely change. They were about to become true warriors. The key to this door was already in the hands of the witch clan. As long as they turned the lock, everything would be solved. Tang Zhang and the witch clan became excited at the same time. Tang Zhang's excitement was not because he had such a capable assistant, but because he was truly happy for the witch clan. This was equivalent to the witch clan finding a gene hidden deep in their bloodline and fate. This was one of the important reasons why the witch clan became the witch clan. Master, you have already controlled the savage aura. Your gains will be even greater. The elder looked at Tang Zhang with a burning gaze and said. When the other witch clan members heard this, they all stared at him. Without a doubt, the witch clan was also very shocked by the fact that Tang Zhang had controlled the savage aura. It was precisely because they had the savage aura in their bodies that they understood the difficulty of this matter better than others. The witch clan was also unable to control the savage aura, but after the savage aura merged with their bodies, it was of great benefit to them. But they had no way of controlling it. Now, Tang Zhang could actually control it. The difference was too great. The elder was also unable to predict what Tang Zhang would gain. Tang Zhang's heart moved, and he was also a little excited. Now that the enemy was so strong, if he could become stronger, then that would be for the best. If the savage aura really had such an effect, then it would definitely solve his desperate situation. Tang Zhang, how did you do it? The Empyrean fairy couldn't help but ask curiously. Tang Zhang didn't hide anything and truthfully explained the use of the sky-swallowing technique. Everyone suddenly realized that it was the effect of the sky-swallowing technique. Tian Chanzi was filled with emotion. The sky-swallowing technique has always been a spell of little value to the demon race. It's not recognized by anyone, and almost no demon race is willing to cultivate it. Who would have thought that it actually has such great power? Tang Zhang laughed and said, that's because they haven't grasped the true profundities of the heaven-swallowing technique. Oh, what's so special about it? Tian Chanzi asked. The sky-swallowing technique was of little value because it was only an incomplete version and lacked the core. If this core were to leak out, then the demon race's strength would increase greatly. After all, the sky-swallowing technique wasn't too complicated. Almost anyone could learn it, but the realm one cultivated to was related to one's talent and hard work. Do you want to learn it? Tang Zhang asked in return. Tian Chanzi shrugged and said, I don't want to learn it. My Kingsaman has countless secret arts, and they're not inferior to this sky-swallowing technique. Moreover, this is a demon race ability. How can a righteous person like me learn it? Seeing that Tian Chanzi didn't seem to be joking, it was clear that Tian Chanzi's views weren't too different from 1,000 years ago. They were deeply ingrained. The Empyrean fairy also had no intention of learning the sky-swallowing technique. She was the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven and was especially confident in her own abilities. Of course, she wouldn't change her home halfway and cultivate other abilities. The fallen comrades had already been collected and lined up together. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone stood in front of the corpses and bid them farewell. Tang Zhang raised his hand and said, I'll have to trouble you all to stay in Summer Heavens for a while. When we return, we'll definitely give you a grand burial and lay you to rest. Summer Heavens flashed and all the corpses were collected into Summer Heavens. Only the corpses of the demon race were left on the ground. The demon sect had fled in a panic and didn't have time to collect their own people. The others stared hatefully at the corpses of the demon race. If it weren't for them, their comrades wouldn't have died. They couldn't wait to turn these demons into ashes. Everyone stand still, don't move. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the foot of the mountain. With a few swoosh sounds, a group of people soared into the sky and flew to the peak of Mount Tai. Swoosh swoosh. Everyone immediately focused on this group of uninvited guests. They were all unfamiliar faces and couldn't recognize who they were. Each and every one of them had a stiff face like a block of wood. Even their eyes were somewhat dull. Who are you people? Tang Zheng asked in a deep voice. You've destroyed Mount Tai and caused such a fierce battle. You've already caused an extremely bad influence. Why don't you just surrender? The other side scolded. Although the peak of Mount Tai was far from where ordinary people lived, and after the mountain was sealed, ordinary tourists were completely blocked out of Mount Tai. However, after all, their battle had caused too much of a commotion. There were still many ordinary people who noticed the abnormality of Mount Tai. It could be said that it had caused panic among the ordinary people. Hearing the other party's arrogant and methodical tone, Tang Jing thoughtfully said, "Why is it that the more I look at this group of people, the more they look like officials?" You guessed right. Your actions have seriously threatened the security of the country. Therefore, surrender and accept the punishment. The other side said firmly, not hiding their identity. Seeing the other side admit it so openly, Tang Zheng and the others were stunned. When did the officials become so unyielding? Only, Tang Zheng felt that it was somewhat laughable. Were they blind? Since they had seen the battle, did they still think that they were a match for Tang Zheng and the others? Or were they trying to take advantage of the situation? Taking advantage of the fact that they had lost a lot of energy after the battle to catch them off guard. Tang Zheng said in his heart, if they really thought that way, then they had made a mistake. The others were immersed in the pain of losing their comrades. Seeing this group of aggressive people, they all stared at them with unfriendly eyes. If there was a disagreement, a fight would break out. Tang Jing also didn't want to be entangled with them. Moreover, the officials were divided into several factions and he still didn't know who they were. Thus, Tang Zheng waved his hand and said, "You guys should leave. If there's anything, let the person in charge come and talk." "I'm the person in charge," the person said sternly. Tang Zheng frowned and stared at him. After examining him, he indeed hadn't seen this person before and asked, "Who's your superior?" "You don't have the right to ask." The other person coldly refused. Tang Jing shivered. The other person's attitude was out of his expectations. He turned his head and glanced at Li Xiaotian. Li Xiaotian shook her head. Clearly, she didn't have any information on this person. Li Xiaotian was extremely careful. She had always considered the threat of the officials to Tang Jing, so she had mobilized all her forces. She had planned the pillow talk plan and roped him in. Of course, she had also thoroughly investigated the higher-ups and the people around them. If the other person's identity was not ordinary, she would definitely have an impression of him. Li Xiaotian shook her head, indicating that she didn't recognize him. This meant that this person's identity was somewhat strange, or perhaps someone who had recently risen to prominence. Thus, Li Palace's information had been overlooked. Among the officials, the only person who had repeatedly targeted Tang Jing was the chief. Moreover, after meeting the chief last time, there was no trace of the chief. Li Palace had practically turned the entire capital upside down, but still couldn't find a single trace. Could this group be the chief's people? Tang Jing suddenly had an idea and asked without warning, "Call the chief XXX out. What kind of hero are you if you're sneaking around in the back? How dare you call master by his name?" The other person's expression suddenly changed, and she sternly reprimanded. "Master." Tang Zheng was shocked, and his eyes widened. When did the chief allow others to call him master? This was too strange. Of course, he didn't know that this was the rule that Hundred Faces Star had changed on a whim after replacing the chief. After Hundred Faces Star became the chief, she returned to the center of power and used thunderous methods to intimidate others. However, this secret had not yet been spread. Even Li Palace's focus was not on this during this period of time, so they didn't know about this. It's really his people. Tang Zheng's gaze was like lightning as he stared at this group of people. He's really persistent. He didn't look for him, but he came looking for me. This time he can forget about escaping. I'll follow the vine to the melon and find him. Tang Zheng had already made up his mind to kill. Although this person had a high position and power, he had targeted him time and time again. The most important thing was that this person was too selfish and was not wholeheartedly devoted to the public. If we don't surrender, then what do you want? And how did the chief order you to deal with us? Tang Zheng asked provocatively. Kill without mercy. The other party said resolutely and with a murderous aura. What? The crowd was so excited that they actually dared to give the order to kill without mercy. That was because they did not put them in their eyes at all. Yen Patian had always held an extremely high position in the secular world, and was also good at weighing the pros and cons of all parties. Actually, he did not want to directly clash with the chief, but after hearing this order, his white eyebrows twitched, and he said angrily, after killing you bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, let's see what he dares to do to us. As he spoke, he looked towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng did not hesitate either, he nodded with a gloomy face, and with a tap of his foot, he took the lead and rushed out. Then I'll kill you first. Tang Zheng's voice was filled with killing intent, instantly arousing the killing intent in the hearts of the others. One by one, they shouted and rushed towards the enemy. The number of enemies was even greater than theirs. It was a black mass. Other than the leader, the others kept their mouths shut, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Seeing the enemy charging over, the leader roared and stomped on the ground with his heel. Kacha! A huge crack appeared on the hard rock. Chapter 13:24. The leader spun at high speed, and a spark suddenly shot up. Then, he turned into a flaming man. The bright red flames dyed the surroundings a fiery red, and a heat wave assaulted his face. This was a spinning fire top. Before it even reached him, he could clearly feel the threat. Tang Zheng was surprised. This person's ability was even stronger than the heavenly kings of the dragon group, especially that fire king, who seemed to have the same ability as this person. The chief has taken over the people and businesses of the dragon group. This person must be the upgraded product of the Fire King. Back then, the Fire King was already not his match, let alone now. Although the other party was an upgraded product, Tang Zheng's strength had long since increased by who knows how many levels. As a result, he struck out with his palm. Boom! The savage aura was released. The palm collided with the fire top, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The savage aura was not afraid of flames at all, and quickly drilled into the opponent's chest. His chest caved in, but the other party did not fall, and the flames did not extinguish. Instead, the corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. Bang! His fist flew out at high speed, leaving his arm. Like a cannonball, it fiercely struck Tang Zheng's chest. The two of them retreated at the same time. The flames on the fist quickly jumped towards Tang Zheng's body, trying to ignite him. Tang Zheng's chest did not cave in. The chaotic Vajra spell blocked the fierce attack, but the chaotic Vajra spell was unable to block the corrosion of the flames. You're still too inexperienced to play with fire with me. With a thought, a burst of true fire jumped out from Tang Zheng's body, and the flames immediately wrapped around the other party's flames, completely refining them. After the fist struck Tang Zheng, it quickly flew back. Just as Tang Zheng extinguished the flames, the fist flew back to the leader's arm, as good as new. Tang Zheng's pupils constricted as he stared at the scene. After a while, he shouted as if he had just woken up from a dream, "You are no longer human." The leader also stabilized his body, the flames on his body still burning fiercely. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. The huge pit that had sunk in made him look somewhat miserable, but his movements were not affected by it. It was even more impossible for him to be scared off. Just as Tang Zheng had guessed, he was not a life form but a mechanical warrior. His outer appearance was just a layer of silicone, disguising himself as a human. The mechanical warriors have been upgraded to such an extent. This is truly an eye-opener. Tang Jing clicked his tongue in wonder. The power of technology was extremely powerful, and he had a deeper understanding of this. But you're still too weak, Tang Jing said disdainfully. The wild aura has entered your body, let's see how long you can last. However, the leader acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He wasn't worried about that nuisance of a barbaric aura at all. Moreover, he was still standing there safe and sound. Tang Zheng's pupils shrank. He had a bad premonition. The barbaric aura would cause people to tremble at the sound of it and avoid it like the plague. However, it did not seem to have any effect on these mechanical warriors. At least, that was the result for now. Tang Zheng turned pale with fright. He had always thought that no one could resist the destructive power of the savage aura, especially this kind of simple-minded, brawny guy. But the final results showed that he was very wrong. He racked his brains and finally figured out the reason. Mechanical warriors are not life forms, they're just machines. The barbaric aura enters the meridians of the human body, which means that it's only effective on life forms. Naturally, you're not affected by it. If the barbaric aura really descends into the human world, other than the witch race and the demon race, wouldn't these mechanical warriors be able to survive as well? They wouldn't even need time to adapt. Tang Jing sighed. Perhaps, Qiyu would never have dreamed that his painstaking plan would not only benefit himself, but also these mechanical warriors. Although you're not afraid of the barbaric aura, you're still overestimating yourself if you want to fight against me. Tang Jing growled and charged at the other party again. Whoosh! A leg came down vertically. This was the heaven splitter that Qiyu had imparted to him when he made a bet with the inner demons. Ever since Qiyu went against him, he had almost never used or cultivated the heaven splitter. This was because Qiyu was too cunning. He was afraid that Qiyu would also leave a back door in the heaven splitter. If he used the heaven splitter to fight in the future, he would be in trouble. This time, he didn't have a suitable treasure, and the heaven swallowing technique was unpredictable. Therefore, he used the heaven splitter at the last moment. The heaven splitter had helped him defend against enemies before and was very powerful. When he used it again, it was as smooth as flowing water. One leg came down fiercely, and his aura was firmly locked onto the leader. The leader immediately realized the threat of death and shouted, Vajra. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains shook. A giant flew up from the bottom of the mountain and landed heavily on the mountain peak, protecting the leader. Bang! The heaven splitter hit Vajra's leg. Gotcha! Sparks flew from the leg, and electrical wires appeared. Vajra didn't move at all, as if this injury was just an itch. This wasn't the most frightening thing. The next scene completely stunned Tang Jing, and he almost couldn't move his eyes away. The wound that was emitting sparks was actually healing automatically, just like a cultivator healing. Vajra was a giant mecha, and it actually had the ability to heal automatically. This was really terrifying. The leader seemed to have seen through Tang Zheng's shocked thoughts and smiled proudly. How is it? Now you know how powerful Vajra is, right? Tang Zheng did not say a word. Vajra's power was indeed beyond his imagination. However, he didn't know that the automatic healing displayed by Vajra was fundamentally different from that of cultivators. This was the power of technology. There were nanomachines in Vajra's body that specialized in healing. They were very faint and invisible to the naked eye. Therefore, Tang Jing didn't see the nanomachines in the wound that was emitting sparks. Vajra, kill him. The leader waved his hand and ordered with a murderous aura. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, the figure of the Four Symbols warrior also descended from the sky. The Four Symbols warrior was the same size as a normal person. In front of Vajra, it was the difference between an ant and an elephant. Ha, you dare to go against Vidra with this little ability? The leader laughed in disdain. Tang Zhang's face was fierce as he ordered, "For Symbols Warrior, help me dismantle it." The Four Symbols Warrior didn't say a word and charged towards Vidra. With every step it took, its body became much taller and bigger. Bang, bang, bang. Each of its footsteps was like a heavy drum, beating on one's soul. The Four Symbols Warrior became bigger and bigger. The bureau chief was dumbfounded. This was his first time seeing the Four Symbols Warrior, and he couldn't help but be deeply shocked. When the Four Symbols Warrior arrived in front of Vidra, it also became a huge monster that was almost the same size as the Mecha Warriors. Vidra wasn't afraid and waved its huge fists to meet the Four Symbols Warrior. Bang, bang, bang. They went back and forth, and their fists hit each other again and again. The Four Symbols Warrior wasn't injured at all, but after Vidra took a few punches, its body had a few more wounds. It didn't have an invulnerable body like the Four Symbols Warrior, but it had nanomachines, so its wounds were healing bit by bit. The two huge monsters made the battlefield a mess, and the corpses of the demons were almost trampled into the ground by them. Bang! The two fought to the edge of the cliff, but they still didn't retreat. After their fists hit each other, they fell from the cliff at the same time. Tang Zheng was shocked and rushed to the edge of the cliff. He realized that the two were falling very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they passed through the clouds halfway up the mountain. Boom! A loud sound came from the bottom of the mountain, and Mount Tai seemed to shake a little. Rocks rolled down and rumbled as they fell again. Tang Zheng was shocked. Why was there only one falling sound? Was it the Four Symbols Warrior or Vidra? Ha, your thing is already smashed into pieces. The leader laughed maniacally. Tang Zheng focused, as if wanting to see through the clouds and see what was happening below. Rumble. A deafening sound came from below the clouds. Tang Zheng's eyes widened as he saw a huge monster flying up from below the clouds. Vidra! Tang Zheng exclaimed. Both of Vidra's feet were spurting flames, allowing it to fly freely. Obviously, the loud crash was made by the Four Symbols Warrior. Could it be that the Four Symbols Warrior is injured? The mountain was so high that his firm belief in the Four Symbols Warrior couldn't help but waver. No, it's definitely fine. Back in the world of spirits and souls, it was fine even after falling into such a dangerous river. How could it be fine after falling from a mountain? Moreover, it has broken its seal and is even more powerful than before. The leader didn't know this and taunted without restraint. He and Vidra attacked from the front and back, glaring at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's belief in the Four Symbols Warrior was strengthened again, so he didn't fly down to investigate. He looked at the other party with eyes full of cold murderous intent, saying, "You want to take advantage of the situation and take advantage of the situation. Your wishful thinking is wrong. I'm very angry, so you're all dead. I'm going to tear you apart into pieces. Kill him." The leader didn't intend to listen. Vidra took the lead to attack after giving the order. Whoosh! A huge fist came from behind Tang Zheng, smashing towards his head. Tang Zheng's figure flashed and flew above the leader's head, roaring, "Sky Splitter!" Bang! A huge shadow of a leg descended from the sky and immediately enveloped the leader. His whole body was immediately covered in raging flames, and a flame spurted out from the soles of his feet. It spun rapidly and collided with the shadow of the leg. Boom! There was a loud explosion and sparks flew everywhere. The flames on the leader's body were extinguished and puffs of green smoke rose. He knelt on the ground with Tang Zheng's leg on his shoulder. This leg struck his shoulder quickly, ruthlessly, and accurately. The huge force immediately caused him to kneel on the ground and his knees to shatter. He didn't have nanomachines like Vidra, so this huge wound couldn't be repaired. He could only raise his hands with difficulty and grab Tang Zhang's leg. "Humph, is this all you've got? I haven't used up all my strength yet." After Tang Zhang said this, a surge of power spurted out from his leg, like the straw that broke the camel's back. Clang! Chapter 13:25. The leader fell apart into a pile of parts, but it didn't affect the movements of the other mechanical warriors. Their gazes didn't even change. These were mechanical warriors, true killing machines without any emotions. No matter how much they looked like humans, they were still cold and lifeless. Whoosh! King Kong attacked fiercely from behind. Tang Zhang tilted his body slightly in an attempt to dodge the attack. Boom! With a loud boom, the mountain shook and the earth quaked. The four symbols venerable quietly appeared on the mountain peak. With a single kick, he swept the Vajra. King Kong fell to the ground, causing the earth to tremble again. The battle between the two behemoths affected the others, and they were too late to avoid it. The four symbols venerable pounced on King Kong as soon as he fell. Tang Zhang was delighted and couldn't hide his joy. He shouted excitedly, "For symbols venerable, finish him off." The four symbols venerable had a tacit understanding and attacked even more fiercely. King Kong stood up and flames rose from the soles of his feet and flew into the air. The four symbols venerable wasn't worried at all. He stomped heavily on the ground and shot into the sky like a cannonball. His huge fist hit King Kong's soles directly. Crack! King Kong's feet immediately shattered into pieces with sparks flying everywhere. The nanomachines quickly repaired it. Seeing this, Tang Zhang immediately reminded loudly, "For symbols venerable, take advantage of this opportunity to defeat him completely." The four symbols venerable didn't say a word, but he deeply understood Tang Zhang's intention. His punches and kicks weren't fast, but King Kong couldn't evade them at all. It was as if only these two were left in this battle. The others paled in comparison. After all, such an earth-shattering battle was rare. In the distance stood a person, Junko. Junko was very secretive and it was difficult for others to discover her presence. She was under the orders of Multiform to pay close attention to the situation. Of course, the focus was on the battle between Tang Zhang and the demons. Multiform was very interested in this dispute. Chiyu actually wanted to bring the wildlands back to the world. His ambition wasn't small. Multiform was someone from ancient times and was no stranger to the wildlands. He knew how powerful they were. Of course, he didn't want the wildlands to reappear in the world. After all, his desire for power had already sprouted, and he wouldn't allow anything to happen from his hands. The reappearance of the wildlands meant that Chiyu would rule the world, and there would be no place for him to play. Therefore, he had the same request as Tang Zhang. Both of them did not want the wildlands to reappear in the world. However, in order to preserve his strength, he did not want to act rashly. Therefore, he had been ordering Junko to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, so that he could reap the benefits. His wishful thinking was very good, and he even succeeded. Chiyu and Tang Zhang were both injured. However, the 100-change-star sovereign did not expect that the great Chiyu would be chased and beaten by Tang Zhang. This was too humiliating. As someone from the ancient past, he also blushed with shame and criticized Chiyu. However, he did not hesitate for long and made a decision. In the end, his eyes locked on Tang Zhang. After all, Tang Zhang was a rising star. The impression he gave the 100-change-star sovereign was far less than Chiyu. Chiyu made the 100-change-star sovereign fearful. Even if Chiyu looked injured, who knew if he was deliberately mystifying? Therefore, the 100-change-star sovereign made a decision almost without hesitation. Tang Zhang had ruined his plans time and time again. The 100-change-star sovereign naturally wanted to get rid of this stumbling block, especially when this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, the 100-change-star sovereign had just succeeded in seizing power. Countless eyes were watching him, and he could not leave the capital. Otherwise, he would definitely come personally and catch Tang Jing off guard. He couldn't do it himself, so he sent his most trusted Junko to lead the mechanical warriors and King Kong. He took them from the previous leader. He did not feel sorry for them and directly sent them to fight, hoping to win in one battle. Junko looked at the battle on the peak of Mount Tai from afar. Her eyes were wide open, and her delicate face was full of killing intent. She originally thought that picking up scraps would be an easy task. After all, the battle between Tang Jing and the demon clan was so fierce, and the consumption and damage were great. She had seen the strength of the mechanical warriors and King Kong, so she was very confident. However, she did not expect that although this team suffered heavy losses, their will to fight was as strong as the sun in the sky. Especially when they saw their comrades who had sacrificed themselves, their hearts were filled with anger. The Nephilim had escaped, and they had nowhere to vent their anger. The appearance of the mechanical warriors and King Kong gave them a chance to vent. Of course, they would not miss this good opportunity. Therefore, the battle was particularly fierce. These lifeless mechanical warriors did not gain any advantage. The mechanical warriors were not to be trifled with. They also killed their opponents. Fresh blood stimulated their nerves again. Suddenly, the battle became more intense. Junko saw this scene and understood that the 100-change-star sovereign's plan had failed. Tang Jing was not so easy to deal with. He recorded this battle from afar and sent it back to the capital. The 100-change-star sovereign was watching closely. When he saw the situation of the battle, he was flustered and exasperated and flew into a rage. He already knew that his wishful thinking was wrong. Tang Jing was not a soft persimmon. He could not need him. His eyes flashed, and he said to himself hatefully, "Tang Jing, you changed so quickly. I really underestimated you. If I can't kill you this time, you will definitely become a big problem for me in the future. The Li Palace is your left arm and right arm. I recently found that there are many people in the center of power in the Li Palace. I will get rid of them now, so that the Li Palace can no longer infiltrate my territory." As the 100-change-star sovereign spoke, an unfathomable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tang Jing and Li Xiaotian did not expect that the spies they had buried so deeply were still discovered by the 100-change-star sovereign and wanted to kill them. The 100-change-star sovereign was indeed different. He was very different from the other people in the hierarchy of power. He was swift and decisive and did things his own way. It was precisely this kind of personality that attracted a group of people. These people were a group of people at the top of the hierarchy of power. Because of them, the 100-change-star sovereign was able to control the top of the hierarchy so quickly. The purge operation begins. The 100-change-star sovereign secretly gritted his teeth and immediately made a call. A series of operations began quietly. The people involved had no idea that a disaster was about to befall them. "Junko, come back." Although the 100-change-star sovereign was unwilling, he had no choice but to give the order. Junko gritted her teeth and stared deeply at the battlefield. She resolutely turned around and disappeared without looking back. As for the mechanical warriors and King Kong at the top of Mount Tai, she did not look at them again. Those were products that could be mass-produced. What did it matter if they were dead or alive? Anyway, they could be produced again. If she could kill more of Tang Jing's forces, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Tang Jing did not know that Junko had secretly escaped. His attention was focused on the battle between King Kong and the Four Symbols Venerable. The Four Symbols Venerable fully unleashed his combat strength. King Kong's defeat was gradually becoming apparent. With only one leg left, it was difficult for him to survive alone. Although he had nanomachines to repair his wounds, the Four Symbols Venerable's attacks were too fierce. The nanomachines could not be repaired in time and were heavily injured by the Four Symbols Venerable again and again. Under such circumstances, there was not much suspense in the battle. The Four Symbols Venerable once again delivered a fatal blow. Using both his hands and feet, a terrifying force struck King Kong. With a boom, half of King Kong's body was shattered from his shoulder to his waist. King Kong staggered and quickly retreated. He only had one leg and one arm left. Without needing Tang Zhang's order, the Four Symbols Venerable immediately followed up with a kick to King Kong's head. Crack! Sparks flew in all directions as King Kong's head flew off. With a whoosh, it flew down the cliff. The headless half of its body swayed. Finally, with a boom, it fell to the ground. After trembling a few times, the nanomachines that could not be seen with the naked eye completely ceased their activities. Without a head, King Kong was as good as dead. The nanomachines were of the same origin as King Kong. Now that King Kong was dead, the nanomachines naturally lost their power and were completely paralyzed. Tang Zhang was not surprised by this outcome. The Four Symbols Venerable came from ancient times after all. They were the guardians of the witch tribe. Even Qi Yu wanted to take them for himself. This showed just how extraordinary they were. King Kong was a product of a short period of time. It looked very frightening, but it was a paper tiger. When faced with a real tiger, the paper tiger would naturally be defeated. The others' battles were also nearing the end. Although the mechanical warriors were powerful, they were still wiped out in the end. Tang Zhang's people also paid a price, but it was far less tragic than the battle with the demons. After the last mechanical warrior fell, the crowd let out a deafening cheer. The suppressed killing intent was released and relieved to a certain extent. After everyone finished cleaning up the battlefield, they gathered together. They looked at each other and fell into silence again. This sudden attack caused everyone to be somewhat puzzled, especially when they knew that all of this came from the chief. Yan Padian changed his previous attitude and took the lead to break the silence, saying, "Chief is so vicious and merciless, he has already completely stood on the opposite side of us, so, we absolutely cannot be lenient." After all, Yan Padian was not as unafraid of authority as cultivators. He was a person who had been in the secular world for his entire life, and some of his views were deeply rooted, such as his relationship with the authorities. Unless he had no other choice, he definitely did not want to shed all pretense of cordiality. But this time, he actually took the initiative to say these words. That meant that he had changed his mentality and mind, or perhaps he had also become as lawless as Tang Zhang and the others. Empyrean Fairy snorted disdainfully and said, "Qin Shi Huang is nothing, let alone this person." As always, she showed contempt for power and disdain for the chief. Tang Zhang's face was gloomy as he looked at the messy battlefield. His tone became deep as he said, "Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find him for me." Everyone's minds shook as they understood that Tang Zhang had completely set his mind on killing. This meant that he had completely broken off from the power and their relationship would deteriorate. Li Xiaotian did not object, but he had already made up his mind. After returning, he would definitely use all of Li Palace's power to minimize the impact of all of this as much as possible. It was not to the extent where Tang Jing would truly be at odds with the power level, where he would strive for the support of more people, and only burn the flames of war towards the chief. "Let's go home." Tang Jing did not say much, he waved his hand and returned to the capital. He did not know that a fierce battle was unfolding between the Demon Clan and the former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor, just like the continuation of the Battle of Zhulu tens of thousands of years ago. Chapter 1326. The Demon Clan was exhausted, countless of their comrades had died, they were fighting against the former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor with exhausted bodies. The fighting strength of the former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor was almost off the charts, killing the demon clan to the point that they were in a panic, killing Chi Yu and Saint King to the point of wanting to die. This was simply a disgrace to the demon clan, a disgrace to Chi Yu. Back then, when Chi Yu faced the Yellow Emperor, he was not so passive and in such a sorry state. Today, facing the general under the Yellow Emperor, this was actually the result. How could the proud Chi Yu endure it? In order to protect Chi Yu, Saint King had a large portion of his fighting strength restrained, and was unable to unleash his full strength. Compared to the former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor, the other demon clans were much stronger. Yimeiyu's traceless dream displayed its might, causing many demon clans to fall into a dream, and then killed them one by one. Many of these demon clans had higher cultivation than her, but unfortunately, the traceless dream was too strange, causing them to be unable to guard against it. Even after that, they thought of ways to guard against it, but they did not succeed completely. After all, they were not like Tang Jing, who had another soul living in his body that could be awakened at the crucial moment. The reason why it was difficult to find a successor for the traceless dream was because this divine ability was too heaven-defying, to the point that the requirements for the successor were extremely harsh. It was simply abnormal. Yimeiyu's talent was extraordinary, and she actually met this condition, which was why she had her current achievements. Seeing the demon clans die under her hands, Yimeiyu's face glowed with pride. However, she knew that if not for her ruthlessness in killing her master at the crucial moment, she would definitely not have her current position in the former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor. She might just be the disciple of the Nightmare Lord, and could not be the head of the family. Therefore, she was very glad that she made the choice back then. Killing the Nightmare Lord was the wisest decision. As for whether this matter would be exposed, she was not worried at all. Tang Zheng had already revealed this matter to the former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor, but no one believed him. Perhaps, even if someone was suspicious, they wouldn't dare to do anything to her without real evidence. After all, her role in the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates was becoming more and more prominent, and her position was also getting higher and higher. The Yellow Emperor's former subordinates couldn't bear to lose her, the only person who could use the Traceless Dream spell, after losing Nightmare Lord. No matter what the former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor did, they could only endure without any clear evidence. Yimeiyu was not an idiot, so she thought everything through clearly. She was fearless, so when facing Lu Wuxin, she was no longer as cautious as before. Lu Wuxin had suffered a huge loss at the hands of Tang Jing, and the Heartless Willow was also destroyed. Her fighting strength was greatly reduced, so Yimeiyu was naturally no longer afraid of her. Therefore, among the former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor, the only person Yimeiyu feared was Mo Xia. Mo Xia was unfathomable, so she did not dare to act rashly. Yimeiyu killed a few more devils and looked at Lu Wuxin. As if their hearts were connected, Lu Wuxin also turned his head to look at her. When their eyes met, Yimeiyu did not hide her pride at all. It was obvious that she was provoking him. When Lu Wuxin saw this, he hated her from the bottom of his heart. He secretly regretted not seeing that Yimeiyu was such a person. But it was too late now. Ever since Yimeiyu's comprehension of the Traceless Dream spell had risen to another level, her cultivation had leaped by leaps and bounds. Lu Wuxin had been challenged by Yimeiyu everywhere. Her reputation as the strongest female general in the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates seemed to be in danger. If she had not recovered her former strength when the Yellow Emperor was revived, and Yimeiyu became more and more powerful, then Yimeiyu would very likely soar into the sky and take her place. This would definitely be a great disaster for Lu Wuxin. Although Mo Xia and Lu Wuxin were old acquaintances and comrades, he did not favor Lu Wuxin. In the ancient era, people respected the strong, and Mo Xia was no exception. He was a swordsman, and his pursuit of power was even more persistent. Seeing Yimeiyu soar into the sky, he could not help but have a whole new level of respect for her. Lu Wuxin's name was Wuxin, but he was not really a heartless person, so he was very clear about Immerse's temper, and did not complain to him and ask for help. If she really did that, Immerse would look down on her even more, and her position in his heart would be even lower, which would benefit Yi Meiyu for nothing. Immerse's Ganjiang sword thrusted out a few times, heading straight for Qiyu. He had already attacked Qiyu time and time again. In fact, he knew that he could not kill Qiyu, but he did not stop. Because this could completely restrain Saint King's power. Saint King's cultivation was slightly higher than Immerse's. Immerse had gone through a lot of trouble to recover to the first stage of the Mahayana realm, and was not a match for Saint King at all. Therefore, he had no choice but to find another way to target Qiyu. The effect was amazing. Saint King was furious, but he could not do anything to Immerse. He could not abandon Qiyu and chase after Immerse, so Immerse used guerrilla warfare to distract him, causing him to almost collapse. Immerse, if you have the ability to fight me head-on, what kind of man are you? Saint King flew into a rage. Immerse was unmoved. No matter how unpleasant Saint King's words were, he would not be angry. You are an ancient person and your cultivation is inferior to mine, yet you use such despicable methods. This is simply a great disgrace. Saint King continued to attack with his words, trying to anger Immerse and make him change his strategy. Unfortunately, Immerse did not eat this at all. As an ancient person who had been famous for a long time, his cultivation was not as good as Saint King's. This was indeed not a glorious thing. But Immerse was not worried at all. This was because his cultivation recovered very quickly. Ever since he was resurrected, his cultivation had improved by 1,000 miles. Especially recently, it was like the speed of a rocket. This was all within his expectations. After some time, his cultivation would recover to its previous peak level. Then, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with a saint monarch. It was precisely because he knew that this group of people recovered their cultivation quickly that he was determined to intercept and kill the demons halfway. Qiyu was the same as him, or even faster than him. Once he adapted to his new body and new environment, he would soar to the sky. At that time, Immerse would not be Qiyu's opponent at all. The only one who could contend against Qiyu would be the Yellow Emperor. This was equivalent to throwing a hot potato to the Yellow Emperor. As a subordinate, this was where Immerse was not competent. Of course, he did not want to leave the mess to the Yellow Emperor. He wanted to settle everything, and once the Yellow Emperor was resurrected, he would not have to worry about these messy things. Therefore, he was determined to win this battle. Not only did he want to annihilate the demons, he also wanted to take advantage of the fact that Qiyu had not recovered to kill him. Seeing that his repeated attacks were unable to truly harm Qiyu, and were unable to completely deal with Saint King, Immerse could not help but be worried. Especially when he saw that Qiyu was like an old monk in meditation, completely ignoring the battle in the outside world, Immerse became even more worried. Qiyu threw away the distracting thoughts of the outside world and focused on healing himself. Once his injuries were healed, Immerse's plan would be ruined. But his cultivation was one level lower than Saint King's, so how could he kill Saint King? Immerse was racking his brains. Suddenly, he had an idea. His gaze landed on the valiant and heroic Yi Meiyu as he shouted, "Meiyu, lend me a hand." When Yi Meiyu heard this voice, she flew to Immerse's side as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Immerse nodded at her meaningfully. Yi Meiyu understood and activated the traceless dream technique, causing everything in front of her to change. All of these changes were extremely subtle, without a trace, as if they were real. Saint King did not know at all, he had already prepared a new attack. The heaven-splitting axe fiercely attacked Immerse. They were cultivators, and their attacks did not have to be close. Therefore, even if they were far away, their attacks could still be fatal. Saint King was also flustered and exasperated. This attack had been brewing for a long time, and was extremely powerful. The heaven-splitting axe streaked across the sky and enveloped Immerse. Immerse raised his sword and tried to block it. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Saint King said disdainfully. Just as the heaven-splitting axe was about to hit Immerse, a loud shout exploded in Saint King's ears. Stop! Unknowingly, Chiyu stood up and stared at Saint King with vigor. That loud shout came from Chiyu's mouth. Saint King was overjoyed. Looking at Chiyu's aura, it was obvious that he had completely recovered. He immediately stopped the heaven-splitting axe in mid-air and cheered, "Ancestor, you have finished healing, congratulations. Your subordinate is useless. I was unable to defeat these despicable Yellow Emperor's old subordinates." Chiyu's expression was unsettled, and said disdainfully, "These Yellow Emperor's old subordinates are truly despicable. Now we are going to kill them all." Saint King beamed with joy, and nodded his head in agreement. "Ancestor, you are right. In front of you, they are nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow." Saint King was only focused on complimenting Chiyu, and did not notice that the corner of Immerse's mouth curved into an unfathomable cold smile. "Chiyu, Saint King, who do you think you are, daring to challenge me? Now I will kill you and throw away your helmet and armor." Immerse suddenly opened his mouth, spouting nonsense. Saint King and Chiyu flew into a rage, and attacked him at the same time. Saint King could not wait any longer, and rushed out first, roaring in exasperation, "You dare to be rude to Ancestor. Ancestor does not need to do anything, I can also kill you." Whoosh! Saint King's heaven-splitting axe immediately arrived above Immerse's head. He looked down from above, and with the heaven-splitting axe in his hand, he really had the aura of splitting heaven and earth. Immerse raised his sword, and just like before, he tried to block. Chiyu followed closely behind Saint King, and was only a step away. Suddenly, Chiyu made his move, and a cold light appeared in his hand. The cold light flew straight out, but it did not shoot towards Immerse, and with a poof, it sank into Saint King's back. Ah! Saint King was ambushed, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. He turned around abruptly, but saw an unexpected face. Chiyu. It was actually Chiyu who attacked from behind, and gave him a fatal blow. That cold light had already penetrated his body, and injured his lungs. Saint King stared at Chiyu with mixed feelings, and asked, "Ancestor, what are you doing? Why are you doing this?" "Because you deserve to die." Chiyu suddenly sneered, and said murderously. Saint King's pupils shrank, and he stared straight at Chiyu, and shouted, "No, you are not Ancestor, you are not." Poof! Chapter 13:27. The Ganjiang's sword pierced through Saint King's chest. Immerse held the sword with both hands and smiled. Saint King's heart was pierced through and shattered by the powerful sword intent. However, Saint King was not dead yet. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Immerse, who was right in front of him, then looked at Chiyu and said in despair, "What is going on?" Chiyu suddenly opened his mouth and said disdainfully, "Haven't you heard of the Heart's Dream Traceless spell?" Heart's Dream Traceless. Saint King was at a loss. Nightmare had died a long time ago, so his divine ability had not been passed down. Of course, the demons did not know about a divine ability from tens of thousands of years ago. Saint King's attention was focused on Chiyu when Yimeyu used the Heart's Dream to kill the other opponents, so he did not notice any clues. In the end, he was finally tricked by Yimeyu. "Who the hell are you?" Saint King's mouth was already bleeding as he glared at Chiyu and asked. "Of course I'm Yimeyu." As if his vision blurred, Chiyu changed his appearance and became Yimeyu. Saint King's pupils constricted as he shouted hysterically, you actually deceived my eyes." After Immerse absorbed Saint King's attention, Yimeyu took advantage of the Saint King's unpreparedness and used the Heart's Dream Traceless spell without a trace. Finally, she silently lured the Saint King into the dream. This time, it was very different from before. In the past, in the dreams that Yimeyu created, she was the only living being. No matter how many people or things there were, they were all illusions. This time, it was completely different. The Immerse in the dream was real. This was the change brought about by Yimeyu's cultivation and attainments. He could let others enter the dream she created and become her assistant to help her defeat her enemies. The two of them worked together perfectly and successfully killed Saint King. Chiyu had been healing with his eyes closed. His eyelids only twitched slightly, but he did not say anything to stop them. Because he had already reached the most critical moment of healing, he simply could not be distracted. There was nothing he could do about the death of Saint King. He felt that it was a great pity. After all, Saint King was a powerful assistant. It was a great loss for him to fall into the hands of the enemy. This thought flashed through Chiyu's mind, but it did not leave too deep of a shadow in his heart. Then, he put all his effort into healing his injuries. He knew that without Saint King's protection, Immerse would definitely not let him go. In the face of death, his potential was completely stimulated, and his injuries healed very quickly. The life force in Saint King's eyes was rapidly depleting. He looked at Yimeyu unwillingly, spat out blood, and said hesitantly, "I, Saint King, have been unhindered for my entire life and have not died in heavens beyond. I never thought that I would be tricked by a little girl like you. This is a great humiliation, I can't die in peace." Yimeyu said proudly, "This should be your honor to die in my hands. Go to hell." Saint King suddenly had a flash of consciousness before his death, and suddenly exploded, breaking away from the Ganjiang sword. A strange scene appeared, not a single drop of blood fell to the ground, but all of it was absorbed by the Ganjiang sword. The Ganjiang sword turned blood red. Whiz! The heaven-splitting axe flew out from Saint King's hands and directly slashed towards Yimeyu. Yimeyu retreated in panic. With her strength, she was still unable to receive this attack. Although she could use her heart to enter the trap and deal with the Saint King. In terms of fighting strength, how could she be a match for the Saint King? Even if the Saint King was heavily injured, this attack that burned his life force could still kill her. She retreated in a hurry, but the attack of the heaven-splitting axe was even faster. It completely enveloped her, causing her to have nowhere to hide. "I can't die like this," Yimeyu shouted in her heart. Bang! The heaven-splitting axe stopped, blocked by the Ganjiang sword. At the critical moment, Immerse saved Yimeyu's life. When Lu Wuxin saw this scene, he wanted to stomp his feet. He thought to himself, how could this woman be so lucky, for Immerse to protect her like this? If this axe had struck, then Yimeyu would have died without a doubt, helping him vent his anger. After surviving a calamity, Yimeyu patted her chest lightly, her breast surging as she looked at Immerse with her beautiful eyes. Immerse looked straight ahead, looking at the dying Saint King, and said, "Go, your life has come to an end." With that, he slapped Saint King's chest. Saint King's entire body trembled, his chest quickly caved in, as though a pit had appeared on the ground. With a puff, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Saint King's eyes bulged out, his life force quickly burned out in a few seconds, until it dried up, and he fell limply to the ground. Saint King was dead. The demons cried out in alarm, like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's ears to buzz. The demons stared blankly at Saint King who had fallen to the ground. That was once their leader, who led them to avoid the pursuit of the natives of the sky beyond heaven, and even said that he would bring them back to do something big and rule the entire world. Who would have thought that before this grand blueprint could be implemented, Saint King would fall? It was like the collapse of the demon's faith. Everyone's faces were pale and uneasy, as though they had lost their goal in life. Kill. Seeing that, Immerse was secretly happy. How could he let go of this heaven-sent opportunity, and ordered loudly. The shouts of Yellow Emperor's former subordinates shook the heavens, and attacked the demons with an imposing aura. The demons panicked. They did not have the courage or fighting spirit to continue fighting. There was only one thought in their minds: escape. Saint King was already dead, so how could they be a match for the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates? Thus, it was more important for them to obediently escape. The corners of Immerse's mouth curled up into a smile. This plan could be said to be a great success, killing countless demons, and now, the final step was in sight. His gaze fell on Chiyu, who had his eyes closed and was silent. Once he was killed, it would be a complete victory. Immerse, Yimeyu, and Lu Wuxin formed a triangle, approaching Chiyu step by step. The three of them did not act rashly. The shadow of a tree, the name of a person. Chiyu's name was too frightening, and they did not dare to lower their guard. When the three of them were only a step away from Chiyu, they stopped at the same time, looked at each other, and understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Immerse nodded heavily, indicating that everyone should act together. Schwa. The attacks came together, from the three of them, towards Chiyu. Chiyu remained motionless, like an old monk in meditation. Seeing this, the three of them revealed a hint of joy. At the last moment, if Chiyu did not resist, then he would definitely die. Boom! With a loud sound, the attacks of the three of them hit the void, but did not land on Chiyu's body. A ray of light bloomed from Chiyu's body, completely blocking the attacks of the three of them. The three of them turned pale with shock. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's hearts. Wasn't Chiyu an arrow at the end of its flight? How could he still have such a strong self-defense ability? The combined attacks of the three of them did not have any effect at all. Immerse's mind raced, and he immediately determined the pros and cons. He immediately shouted, "Don't give up, continue to attack, we must kill him." Immerse had no way out. If they let Chiyu go this time, they would definitely be annihilated. After all, Saint King had died in their hands. Moreover, the strength displayed by the former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor must have left a deep impression on Chiyu. How could Chiyu let go of such a powerful enemy, an old enemy of tens of thousands of years? Either you die, or I die. This was the current situation between them. Kill. Immerse growled. The Ganjiang sword released a dazzling light. The sword spirit caused the War Soul sword to tremble non-stop, buzzing, as if it was cheering. Ganjiang sword, you and I will fight side by side again. We must kill Chiyu. Immerse secretly said to himself. Schwa. The sword light rose, like a waterfall shooting out from the Ganjiang sword, piercing towards Chiyu. At the same time, Lu Wuxin also shook his magic treasure. It was a long whip, although it was not as powerful as the previous Heartless Willow, he had already adapted to it. Therefore, the long whip was like an extension of Lu Wuxin's arm, as if it was controlled by his arm, it fiercely attacked Chiyu. Yimeyu did not have a suitable magic treasure, so she simply slapped at the top of Chiyu's head, trying to gain the upper hand and give Chiyu a fatal blow. The attacks of the three could not be said to be weak, especially Immerse. The sword light of the Ganjiang sword seemed to have locked onto Chiyu. Not to mention that he did not move. Even if Chiyu moved, it would be difficult for him to effectively escape from the Ganjiang sword. Chiyu did not escape. The others had already fled far away. Chiyu was like a lonely person, extremely miserable and pitiful. No one pitied him. Suddenly, Chiyu quickly opened his eyes, as if a light was emitted from his pupils. His aura was completely different, as if he was a completely different person. Was it possible for a person to change so much in such a short period of time? Of course it was possible. Everything in front of him was the best proof. Without a doubt, this was definitely because Chi-Yu had recovered from his injuries. Whiz! A sword light soared into the sky. Clang! The two swords collided, causing sparks to fly. The War Soul sword and the Ganjiang sword clashed. The powerful sword Qi created two whirlwinds. The whirlwinds collided with each other, stirring up the air, as if the wind and clouds were surging. The difference in strength between Lu Wuxin and Yi Meiyu was too great. Before their attacks could reach Qi-Yu, they were pushed back by the berserk aura. Their expressions changed drastically at the same time as they muttered to themselves, not knowing what to do. Qi-Yu's injuries had healed, so should they fight or retreat? Since the two of them could kill the Saint King, then if the three of them worked together, would they be able to kill Qi-Yu? This thought ignited in the hearts of the two of them. However, Mo Xia was not so optimistic in his heart. As the person involved, he knew the power of this sword strike the best. It was the power that came back from the Ganjiang sword that shook his soul, causing his arm to tremble and the Ganjiang sword to almost fly out of his hand. Kill! Mo Xia did not give up. Victory or defeat depended on this move. If he gave up, then Qi-Yu would definitely chase after him relentlessly in the future, which was definitely not a good thing for them. It would be better to take a gamble. If they could kill Qi-Yu, that would be the greatest victory. The moment the word kill was spoken, the Ganjiang sword turned blood red, as if it had been tempered in blood for a long time and had drunk its fill of human blood. Whoosh! Chapter 13:28. The sky was as red as blood, and the slash of the Ganjiang sword contained boundless power. Qi-Yu casually raised the War Soul sword. The sword light expanded like the light of the sun and moon, completely covering the bloody light of the Ganjiang sword. The others closed their eyes one after another, shocked by this scene to the point that their minds were shaken. Run! An earth-shattering roar came out from the sword light, panicking. Everyone could tell that it was Mo Xia's voice. The fact that he shouted the word run so urgently was enough to explain everything. He was not a match for Qi-Yu, and was even far from it. Many people were stunned. They never thought that Mo Xia would be so weak, losing in just a few moves, and even telling everyone to flee. This was too embarrassing. Use your heart's dream traceless technique. Lu Wuxin did not escape, but instead urged Yi Meiyu. At the critical moment, Yi Meiyu did not get angry with Lu Wuxin. Instead, she quickly activated the innate qi and used the heart's dream traceless technique. However, he heard Qi-Yu say disdainfully, "Heart's dream traceless, you want to deal with me with such a small trick? You're asking for humiliation. If Nightmare were here, he might be able to threaten me a little. You're too inexperienced." As soon as he finished speaking, he did not see any movement. Yi Meiyu suddenly bent down and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her spell had failed. In front of Qi-Yu, her heart's dream traceless technique, which had always been unobstructed, had actually failed. It was even more thorough than when she was facing Tang Zheng. Yi Meiyu's heart was filled with unwillingness, but she did not dare to stay any longer. She turned around and fled as fast as she could. Seeing that, the other former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor all woke up from their stupor and ran for their lives, just like the Demon Clan just now. When the Demon Clan who had already fled for a distance saw this scene, they immediately stopped in their tracks. They heard an excited voice shouting, "The ancestor has shown his might. Brothers, kill them all. Kill these damned fellows." The exhausted Demon Clan regained their vitality and turned around to charge forward with high fighting spirit. The Yellow Emperor's former subordinates were immediately blocked off. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides, with casualties on both sides. But unlike the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates, they didn't linger in battle. Instead, they seized the opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Their ability to escape was no less than that of the demon race. Lu Wuxin watched Yi Meiyu's escaping figure from afar. She had already broken through the encirclement of the demon clan and escaped. This made Lu Wuxin feel extremely ashamed. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and said with disdain, "Deserters, you don't even have the courage to fight, and you even abandoned your own comrades." The sword light was still very bright. Lu Wuxin couldn't see Qi Yu and Immerse in it. She was very anxious about Immerse. In the end, she didn't listen to Immerse's advice. She shook her wrist and the whip flickered. Boom! Boom! The long whip struck the sword light again and again. However, the sword light did not even tremble in the slightest. On the contrary, the long whip fell down in a disorderly manner. It was actually twisted into several pieces by the sword light, and was completely scrapped. Bang! At this moment, the sword light exploded. Countless sword lights were like flying knives and hidden weapons, whooshing and whooshing, hitting many of the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates. Screams rose and fell one after another, but they stopped abruptly. In an instant, the sword light reaped the lives of many of the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates. But there was nothing they could do. The sword light dissipated, and a figure flew out in a sorry state. It was Immerse. Her hair was disheveled, and she didn't have the calmness of having extra money. Run! Immerse once again hysterically commanded loudly. Then, she didn't care about anyone else and, like a stray dog, fled as fast as she could. Lu Wuxin's long whip had just been destroyed. Seeing this scene at close range, the shock in her heart could be imagined. She finally realized that this wasn't something that they could fight against. She panicked and couldn't help but envy Yi Meiyu. She had become a deserter in such a timely manner. She must have escaped to a safe place. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot, and her burly body flew backwards. However, a large hand reached out and grabbed Lu Wuxin. Lu Wuxin's heart trembled as she shouted, "Let go of me." His palm flew out in an attempt to make Qi Yu let go. Ka-cha! Lu Wuxin's palm struck Qi Yu's fist, as if it had struck a meteorite from outer space. Lu Wuxin's fist immediately shattered, and even his joints and bones were shattered. Lu Wuxin cursed inwardly and tried to escape again, but Qi Yu grabbed onto Lu Wuxin's hand. Bang! Immediately, Lu Wuxin was like a meteor hammer that was ruthlessly smashed onto the ground by Qi Yu. His head was bleeding, and he was in a sorry state. Lu Wuxin's body and mind were greatly shaken, and his injuries were extremely severe. She struggled to get up, as if she wanted to escape from this hellish place. However, Qi Yu raised his hand again, and from top to bottom, he ruthlessly smashed it on the ground. Bang! Like a ripe watermelon exploding, Lu Wuxin's head was the first to hit the ground. She did not cultivate the chaotic Vidra spell, so her body was not that strong. The strength of this slap could be said to be terrifying. Lu Wuxin's head was also like a watermelon, directly exploding into pieces, and not a single part of it was intact. Lu Wuxin was dead. The female general that the Yellow Emperor valued the most was actually so weak after tens of thousands of years, instantly killed by the enemy. This was indeed an instant kill. Qi Yu had only attacked a few times, and Lu Wuxin had died so thoroughly that even his corpse could not be preserved. A firefly dares to compete with the sun and moon, Qi Yu said disdainfully. Qi Yu stepped over Lu Wuxin's corpse, and his gaze immediately locked onto the Yellow Emperor's old subordinates who were frantically fleeing. Demons, listen to my order. Kill all of the Yellow Emperor's old subordinates, and I will reward you handsomely. Qi Yu ordered, and a large number of people responded. The demons were finally able to hold their heads high. Without the Saint King as their backbone, they now had an even more unbreakable backbone, Qi Yu. No matter what order Chiyu gave, the demons immediately carried it out without hesitation. For example, the demons formed groups of 3 to 5, like a large net, and immediately stopped the fleeing Yellow Emperor's old subordinates. The roles of each side were completely reversed, and it was too dramatic. But the brutality of the battle was unbearable to watch. Mo Xia did not have time to save all of his people. Taking advantage of the battle between Chiyu and Lu Wuxin, he hurriedly fled into the distance, not caring about Lu Wuxin who had already fallen into Chiyu's hands. In the end, Mo Xia turned to look at Lu Wuxin, who was about to lose his life, and then decisively fled. Bang! The muffled sound caused Mo Xia's heart to tremble. He did not even turn his head to look, because he knew that Lu Wuxin's fate was already sealed. Most of the Yellow Emperor's old subordinates had escaped, and only a small number of shrimp soldiers and crab generals were left. They were simply not enough to stop the demons' advance. They also wanted to escape, but they were surrounded by the demons and could not escape at all. The demons swept away the previous haze and worked together to kill the remaining Yellow Emperor's old subordinates. Chiyu did not make a move. His gaze swept through the crowd, and did not find Mo Xia and Yumeyu. He frowned. These two are really good at escaping. They actually escaped. Chiyu changed the topic and clenched his fists. However, can you escape from my, Chiyu's, palm? Chapter 1329. Chiyu clenched his fist as a terrifying energy was brewing within it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The battle soul sword floated above his palm and spun non-stop. Kill! Suddenly, Chiyu roared and the battle soul sword flew out with a so sound. It actually turned into 2, then 4, and finally into tens of thousands of battle soul swords that chased after the Yellow Emperor's old subordinates. Mo Xia and the Yellow Emperor's remaining subordinates had already fled far away and could not see the demons. They thought that they were safe enough. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air breaking came from behind them. It was like a deadly note that was getting closer and closer. Mo Xia and the rest were so scared that their bodies trembled. They quickly turned around and saw the battle soul sword shining with a dazzling sword light. It had already caught up to them. Dodge! Mo Xia shouted. He was an expert in the way of the sword and understood how terrifying this attack was. The Yellow Emperor's subordinates acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They took out their treasures and tried to block it. Puff! The war soul sword cut through iron like it was mud, and the treasures were shattered. They were not a match for the war soul sword at all. The old subordinates of the Yellow Emperor stared with their eyes wide open, looking at the wound on their chest in disbelief. The wounds were not big and looked like a thin line. However, blood flowed out from this small wound. Bang! 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 The sound of people falling to the ground could be heard. Other than Mo Xia, the rest of them were dead. This was equivalent to more than half of the Yellow Emperor's subordinates being killed. It could be said that the losses were extremely heavy. Mo Xia did not have time to be shocked. At the crucial moment, he took out the Ganjiang sword and blocked the attack with a clang. He was like a meteorite from outer space, directly flying out. He only glanced at those subordinates who had fallen to the ground with a loud bang from afar. Then, he didn't dare to linger in the slightest. He didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth before he fled as fast as he could. Mo Xia was shocked. He knew that Chiyu's cultivation had far surpassed his. When Chiyu was enraged, blood flowed. He had no way to block it. If he did not escape quickly, the others would end up like him. He could only run for his life and luckily preserve his life. Right now, only by reviving Master can we fight against Chiyu. I have to revive Master as soon as possible. Mo Xia secretly made up his mind. Chiyu looked at the only figure that escaped, but didn't give chase. Instead, he said disdainfully, "The next time I see you, it will be the day of your death, Emosia. Ancestor." Looking at the wise and mighty Chiyu, the demon race quickly surrounded him. Chiyu looked at them indifferently and said, "From today onwards, I will restore the glory of the Ninely tribe." "Where are the demons?" "The demon race no longer exists. From now on, you will be a member of the Ninely tribe." Chiyu looked at them with burning eyes and said resolutely. The Jiuli tribe was a tribe formed after the Wu tribe absorbed other tribes. It was also the predecessor of the demon tribe. Chiyu returned to his original state, intending to restore the glory of the Ninely tribe. These demons were his bargaining chips. "I will change you and make you a true member of the Ninely tribe." Chiyu roared and slowly rose into the air. He was like a god, floating in the air and looking down at the people below. He opened his hands as if he was hugging the air. His 10 fingertips lit up with resplendent light. "Ninely tribe, reappear in the world." Chiyu roared and the light on his fingertips grew. In the end, it flew out from his fingertips and fell on the crowd like a heavy downpour. These beams of light silently merged into their foreheads. These people trembled, and gradually, their spirit, chi, and spirit were experiencing tremendous changes. In the end, a ray of light rushed out from their glabella and turned into an ancient symbol. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Chiyu with a different gaze. "Master!" Everyone shouted in unison. There was no such thing as an ancestor. From today onwards, Chiyu was their master. Chiyu had awakened their Ninely bloodline and made everyone submit to him. However, this method could not be used on the Wu tribe. This was because he could not control the bloodline of the Wu tribe. Only the bloodline of the Ninely tribe that had grown stronger could be controlled by him. Back then, Chiyu wanted to strengthen the Ninely tribe, so he used a great divine ability and added a spell into their bloodline. This spell could be passed down in the bloodline and would never lose its effect. When he needed it, as long as he awakened this bloodline, all the Ninely tribe would have to take revenge on him. No one would question his orders. This required his cultivation to reach a certain level before he could use this divine ability. Previously, his cultivation was not high enough, so he could only rely on his identity as an ancestor to lead these people. Now, he was not satisfied with his identity as an ancestor. He needed greater authority, and that was the Ninely bloodline. These people were no longer demons. After activating the bloodline of the Ninely tribe, they had become the true Ninely tribe. They would only listen to Chiyu's orders. Whether it was a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, they would carry out his orders without hesitation. They would not give him any discount. Chiyu looked at his high-spirited subordinates with satisfaction and said, "Tang Zheng, you went against me and ruined my plan. If I don't kill you, others will think that I, Chiyu, am a pushover. Let's go back to the base camp." Chiyu led his men back to the base camp. From afar, he saw that the base camp was in a mess. His men were either dead or injured. Chiyu flew into a rage. After his subordinates reported in detail, he understood that this was Tang Zheng's doing. Chiyu's eyes were about to spit fire. The others were also filled with righteous indignation. They were eager to try and immediately cut Tang Zheng into 8 pieces. "Everyone, listen to my orders. Heal your injuries and recuperate here. 10 days later, we will flatten the capital and kill Tang Zheng." Chiyu became unbridled and fearless. Hearing this, everyone cheered thunderously. Capital. Tang Zheng had already been back for 2 days. The day before, he had already buried everyone. After that, everyone started to cultivate without stopping. The villa had been further expanded. All the witch clan lived here and were heavily guarded. Not a single fly was let in. Although the losses in this battle were great, the gains were not small. Everyone had been baptized by the flames of war and had a deeper understanding of their own cultivation. Especially the witch clan, they had activated the wild aura, which made their cultivation twice the result with half the effort. Their cultivation was rising rapidly. Empyrean Fairy and Tian Chanzi had experienced an evenly matched battle. They had a more intuitive and profound understanding of the strength of today's experts. Therefore, the two felt a strong sense of urgency and pressure. They silently decided to improve their cultivation. Tang Zheng was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he was thinking about another thing. Qiyu had escaped. With his understanding of Qiyu would definitely not give up. Qiyu came to attack. Could they stop Qiyu? He didn't know. Tang Zheng did not have an answer. But in fact, he already had a vague answer in the depths of his heart. It was difficult enough. Saint King was already at the second stage of the Mahayana realm. Qiyu could only be higher. Otherwise, he would not be able to suppress the devil army. He still did not know that Saint King was dead. He could not estimate Qiyu's cultivation after he recovered. But if Qiyu came to attack, they would not be able to stop him. What should he do? There were so many people around him. He had to do everything he could to protect them. This was his responsibility. He racked his brains for an entire day. Finally, his attention fell on his inner demon. Inner demons, is there really no way to break the cage set by Qiyu? Tang Zheng asked in a deep voice. The inner demons did not answer directly. Instead, he asked thoughtfully, "What's your plan?" "I'll let you out," Tang Zheng said bluntly. The inner demons were overjoyed. Really? A gentleman's word cannot be taken back. The heart demon's joy didn't last long as it suddenly felt gloomy. It said dejectedly, "But the cage is too strong. I've tried several times, but I haven't succeeded. What method do you have to break through it?" Qiyu kept saying that only he could open the cage. "What's the secret?" Tang Zheng asked curiously. The inner demon was silent for a while before saying, "This old fellow likes to deliberately mystify and deceive people, making it hard to see through him. But this time it's obviously true. Because, I tried so many times, I really can't think of any other way." This was the helplessness of the inner demons. His cultivation was not weaker than Qiyu's, but he was imprisoned in the cage. He had a lot of skills, but it was like his hands and feet were tied. There was nowhere to use them. "Do you want to be imprisoned here for the rest of your life?" "Of course not," the inner demon said without thinking. "But what can I do? The cage is too strong. I can't break it at all. If I let you out, how will you repay me?" Tang Zheng suddenly asked, his voice breaking the heavens and earth. "You'll let me out?" The inner demons was shocked. "How is that possible? Even I can't break the cage. How can you do it with your little cultivation?" Hearing his undisguised distrust, Tang Zheng was not angry. Instead, he was happy. The more the inner demons did not believe him, the more he could use his mentality to gain more bargaining chips. "Don't worry about what method I use. I just want to know how you'll repay me," Tang Zheng persistently asked. The inner demons laughed. He did not believe Tang Zheng at all. He said casually, "If you really let me out, no matter what you want, I'll agree." Suddenly, he changed the topic. "But don't expect me to be like the witch tribe and submit to you wholeheartedly." The inner demons, did not submit to either Qiyu or the Yellow Emperor tens of thousands of years ago. After tens of thousands of years have passed, I will not submit to a brat like you. The inner demons was still very cautious. He did not rush to sell himself out. Tang Zheng did not expect the inner demons to submit to him. After all, he had confronted Qi Yu and the Yellow Emperor. In the end, he would rather be suppressed than submit to anyone. How could he be willing to submit to him? Tang Zheng did not think so highly of himself. He said calmly, "What kind of person do you think I am? What kind of person are you? How can I ask you to submit to me? I don't have such a big appetite." The inner demon said proudly, "It's good that you know this. Then what do you want?" Chapter 1330. The inner demons laughed wildly and looked at Tang Jing with interest, saying, "You really want to raise this condition? Let me remind you, there is no chance for you to go back on your word." Tang Jing nodded and said, "Of course I won't go back on my word. You just need to tell me if you agree or not." "Why wouldn't I agree?" The inner demons laughed mockingly. "It's just a pity that your wishful thinking didn't work out. Your painstaking efforts will go to waste." Tang Zheng was unmoved and said calmly, "You don't have to worry about that." "Okay, then I agree. Now can you tell me how to help me break the confinement?" The inner demons asked lazily, not holding any hope at all. It was just a routine question. "Do you still remember Qi Yu's heart blood?" Tang Zheng asked. "Of course I remember. Isn't it in Qi Yu's heart? What does that have to do with it?" The inner demons asked in confusion. Tang Zheng smiled indifferently. Normal people wouldn't think of this because they weren't involved. They didn't feel the power of Qi Yu's heart blood and its enormous power. "I felt it, so I have the deepest impression and the most right to speak." The inner demons disagreed. "You have the most right to speak, but what's the use? Don't tell me that breaking the confinement has something to do with Qi Yu's heart blood." The inner demons knew about the existence of Qi Yu's heart blood, but they never thought about the connection between Qi Yu's heart blood and the confinement. Even Tang Zheng had never thought about this connection. It was a sudden thought. Although he hadn't tested it, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if it succeeded? He would treat it as a last resort. Why did he think that Qi Yu's heart blood could break the confinement? This was because Qi Yu had always said that Qi Yu's blood contained a part of his power, which was very important to him. Later on, he had no choice but to leave Tang Zheng's body. A portion of Qi Yu's heart blood's energy fused with Qi Yu's soul and was taken away. However, a portion of Qi Yu's heart blood's energy remained. All this time, Tang Zheng had never touched this part of Qi Yu's heart. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of Qi Yu and thought that the things he left behind might not be 100% safe. Unless he had no other choice, he would not take the risk. However, things were different now. If Qi Yu's blood could really break the cage, then even if it was risky, he would still take the risk. At this critical juncture, a certain amount of wool was worth a try. Since Qi Yu's heart blood contained a portion of Qi Yu's power, then would this portion of power be able to break through the cage? This was what he had guessed on the spot from Qi Yu's solemn attitude and tone. Tang Zheng spoke tirelessly and told them his deduction. The inner demons did not say a word, as if they were shocked by these words. Tang Zheng couldn't help but feel a bit proud. He asked with a smile, "Now you know that I didn't lie to you, right?" The inner demon suddenly froze and said unhappily, "Isn't this called lying? You brat, you're just making fun of me." Tang Zheng helplessly rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm that bored?" "You are that bored," the inner demon said without hesitation. Qi Yu's heart blood does contain Qi Yu's power, but the confinement was created by Qi Yu using a special ability. It requires a corresponding ability to break through. You're just saying that Qi Yu's heart blood can break through the confinement. Don't you think it's too simple and too childish? In the face of the inner demon's barrage of questions, Tang Zheng did not panic. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Do you trust Qi Yu that much? He's an enemy. Do you not discount his words completely? What can I do if I don't trust him?" The inner demons asked. In any case, I don't trust Chiyu that much. Nothing is absolute. There's always a way. Tang Zhang was full of confidence. The inner demons did not know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he said unhappily, "All right, since you're so confident, then I'll wait and see." Tang Zhang did not say anything else. He calmed his mind and focused all his attention on Chiyu's heart. He had absorbed Chiyu's heart blood before, so he was familiar with it. However, this time was different. He did not want to use Chiyu's heart blood to break through the confinement. He did not want to absorb it for his own use. When he urged his power, Chiyu's heart beat faster. In a trance, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Tang Jing came to a blood-red world, a world that was both familiar and strange. He did not panic. Last time, when the demons activated the Julie's soul transfer formation, Tang Jing, Chiyu, and the inner demon's consciousness had entered this world. This was the world in Chiyu's heart. Tang Jing immediately saw a man with a white face and no beard. He looked like a scholar. It was the famous inner demons. This was the inner demon's body. However, the inner demons were imprisoned in a confinement. In this blood-red world, this confinement was particularly different. Traces of light flowed in the confinement. The inner demons had tried to break through many times, but they were all blocked. He was completely exhausted. In the end, he gave up all hope and didn't try any further. The inner demons looked at Tang Zhang and said, "Quickly begin. I also want to see the result." In fact, the inner demons was very conflicted. He hoped that Tang Jing would succeed, but he judged that it was absolutely impossible. This was a very contradictory matter. Tang Jing nodded slightly. His hands reached into the void and urged his power. True Qi flowed out from his palms. Whoosh whoosh. The wind blew. A strange wind spread out from his palms and then engulfed the entire blood-red world. This wind quickly flew back from all directions and fell into Tang Zhang's palms. The wind gathered in his palms and a dot of red appeared in his palms. After a while, the wind stopped. A drop of extremely bright blood appeared in his palms. It was sparkling and translucent and rolled in his palms. This was the blood he had extracted from Chiyu's heart blood and absorbed into his palms. Although the inner demons were also trapped in Chiyu's heart, they could not do this. This was because Tang Zhang was now the master of Chiyu's heart. Therefore, he could do this as he pleased. The inner demons stared at Chiyu's heart blood. Their usually calm expressions became excited. Tang Zhang's lips curled into a smile. How could he not know the inner demon's thoughts? He pushed his hands forward and Chiyu's heart blood rolled out from his palms. Whoosh! Chiyu's heart blood flew toward the confinement. The inner demons immediately held their breaths. They were unwilling to look away from Chiyu's heart blood. It's close. Chiyu's heart blood is close. The inner demons secretly shouted. Tang Jing also stared at Chiyu's heart blood with full concentration. Finally. Paw! Chiyu's heart blood was poured into the confinement. The flowing light on the confinement immediately came to life. It was suffused with a myriad of colors and was exceptionally brilliant. However, the heart blood did not fall from the confinement. Instead, it stuck closely to the confinement. Moreover, there seemed to be a force driving it, allowing it to freely move around the confinement. Chapter 1331. Chiyu's blood flowed through the confinement, leaving behind a smear of red wherever it passed. When Chiyu's blood flowed through the entire confinement, the light of the confinement was completely covered and turned blood red. Step back. Tang Zhang sensed something and reminded them loudly. The inner demons quickly retreated to the middle of the confinement, distancing themselves from the fences on all sides. Bang! With a loud explosion, the confinement exploded. The seemingly indestructible fences were torn apart, turning into blood-red spots of light. Finally, they disappeared. The inner demons looked at this scene in disbelief. He never thought it would be so simple. He had worked so hard and tried so many times, but it was all to no avail. Tang Jing used a drop of Qi Yu's blood to break the confinement. The contrast was too strong. It made him feel like he was in a trance, and all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Tang Zheng's eyebrows also curved into a smile. He never would have thought that he would succeed on his first try. Therefore, it was not that it was impossible, but that he could not think of it. Once he thought of something and followed it, he might be able to reap some benefits. Qi Yu probably never dreamed that Tang Zheng would think of using Qi Yu's blood to break the confinement. After all, Qi Yu's blood was incomparably precious, and every bit used was a little less. Even a drop of Qi Yu's blood contained endless power. The inner demons raised his foot and took a step forward. There was no movement. He tried to take a few more steps forward and crossed the fences of the original confinement. There was still no reaction. The ecstasy in the inner demon's eyes was like fireworks. They immediately exploded and cheered. It's really a success. The confinement is really gone. It was no wonder that he was so excited. After all, he had been suppressed in that huge bronze coffin for tens of thousands of years and had not seen the light of day. Every minute he lived in that kind of life was not a pleasure, but a torture. Later, he finally escaped from the bronze coffin, but he still did not regain his freedom. He was trapped in Qi Yu's heart with Qi Yu. In the end, he was even trapped in a cage by Qi Yu, which made him even more sullen. He had long wanted to break out of this cage and soar into the sky. But the reality of the situation made him despair. He raised his head and stared at Tang Jing with burning eyes. "We did it." Tang Jing nodded solemnly and said, "That's right. It seems that Qi Yu's words can't be completely trusted. What he said about him being the only one who can break the confinement, it seems that he was just bluffing." The inner demon shook his head and sighed. "I'm not bluffing. Your Qi Yu's blood and sweat is a part of Qi Yu. That's why you can't leave him if you want to break out of this cage." Tang Jing shrugged and said indifferently, "But now that Qi Yu's heart is in my body, it's not his anymore. Fine, there's no need to argue about this." The inner demons changed the topic and looked at Tang Jing with a smile that was not a smile. "You're letting me go like this? Don't tell me you're not worried that I'll go back on my words and not abide by our agreement. Moreover, I'll take over your body and take over your body." The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere immediately changed. An invisible pressure enveloped Tang Zhang's body. But his expression did not change at all. He was calm as if these words had nothing to do with him. Tang Zhang looked straight at the inner demons and asked, "Will you?" "Why not? After all, your body is a delicious cake. Even Qi Yu wants to take it for himself. Naturally, I'm tempted as well." The inner demon said casually and without hiding anything. Hee, you're really straightforward. I'm standing right next to you. Quickly destroy me and then take over my body." Tang Jing spread out his hands as if he did not mind at all. The inner demon frowned. If it was when he first met Tang Jing, he would have attacked him like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey without saying a word. But now, he did not dare to act rashly. He already knew too much about Tang Jing. It was precisely because he knew too much that he knew Tang Jing was not simple. Every time Tang Jing did something, he would have his own considerations. He would weigh the pros and cons. He would not carelessly ignore them. Tang Jing was so defenseless that he allowed the inner demons to take over his body. The inner demons would be fools if they did that. He must have other methods. If I really do that, I'm afraid I'll never be able to leave this place. The inner demon secretly pondered. In addition, his 9-yang saint body and the various mysterious techniques he cultivates are also very strange. I can't understand them at all. If there's a backlash, then I'll be in for a tragedy. The inner demons weighed the pros and cons and suddenly grinned. Ha ha ha, young man, do you think I'm the kind of person who goes back on my words and bites the hand that feeds me? Chi-Yu and I are not jackals of the same tribe. I can't thank you enough for letting me out of this cage. How can I go back on my words? Tang Jing secretly sighed in relief. He actually did not have full confidence in dealing with the inner demons. Originally, this move was a risky move. He had no choice but to make this choice. He deliberately calmed down. Finally, he managed to suppress the inner demons, making them not dare to act rashly. Tang Zheng's calm and collected expression made the inner demons even more unable to figure out what was true and what was false. It also made him even more certain of his judgment. Tang Jing definitely had another trump card. If he made a move himself, then he would be looking for trouble. Tang Jing did not lose his momentum and directly said, "Inner demons, since I've already broken out of this cage, then it's time for you to keep your promise." The inner demons was not in a hurry to deny it. He smiled and said, "Are you sure you won't change your request? I can still give you one more chance to go back on your words." Tang Jing shook his head without hesitation. "There's no need to go back on my words. I've already made a decision, so it means I've already thought it through." The inner demons shrugged and resentfully said, "All right then. In any case, you're the one who's losing out, not me. Are you ready?" Tang Jing nodded. "Let's begin." After saying this, he held his breath. He actually knew that this condition of his was not very pleasing. It was even a bit of a waste of such a good opportunity. If he had raised some other conditions, he might have been able to obtain more substantial benefits. But he also had other considerations. The inner demons chuckled. "Young man, I know what you're thinking. Do you think no one has ever had this idea before? But they've all returned empty-handed. The Nightmare God art has very high requirements for the cultivator, but if I were to say that compared to my God art, it's actually very simple. This is because the requirements for my inner demon's art are much higher. After so many years, I've never met anyone who can cultivate my God art. Last time, I only taught you a little bit of it, so anyone can cultivate it. But now, what you want is my core God art. There's no way you can cultivate it." It turned out that one of Tang Zhang's conditions was for the inner demons to teach him the core inner demon's art. The inner demons knew his situation, so when he heard this request, he laughed and even asked Tang Zhang to change it to another condition. Tang Zhang was unmoved and said calmly, "Whether or not I can cultivate it is my business. You don't have to worry about it." The inner demons rolled his eyes and said, "Fine, then take it." He stretched out a finger and pointed at Tang Zhang. Before his finger could reach Tang Zhang's forehead, a ray of light flew out from the inner demon's fingertip. Pop! The light entered Tang Zhang's forehead and then exploded in his brain, turning into a million rays of light. Tang Jing didn't panic. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind, quietly feeling everything. The multicolored light slowly converged, and in the end, it turned into words that filled Tang Zhang's brain, flickering with light. Tang Zhang wasn't in a hurry to understand the mysteries within. He opened his eyes and looked at the inner demons. The inner demons asked jokingly, "How do you feel?" "I'll find time to study it." Then I'm looking forward to the results." Although he said so, the inner demons didn't believe that Tang Jing could really understand the mysteries within. The inner demons generously passed his technique to Tang Jing, not because he was selfless, but because he wasn't worried that Tang Jing would learn it. "Now you'll have to fulfill the second condition," Tang Jing said. Of course I want to, but do you think I can deal with Chiyu in my current state? The inner demon spread his hands and asked with a smile. Tang Zheng of course knew that he couldn't let the inner demons deal with Chiyu like this. The inner demons were just a strand of soul, they were no match for Chiyu. Therefore, he had to find a way to let the inner demons out of his body and resurrect him. Without the cage, the inner demons could be freely resurrected, but how to resurrect them was a key problem. When Chiyu was resurrected, he had no choice but to choose Song Yu's body, which reduced his strength. The inner demons certainly didn't want to follow in Chiyu's footsteps. He definitely wanted to find a body that he was satisfied with. Tang Jing thought about this problem, but couldn't find a suitable choice, so he said, "Inner demons, of course I'll help you resurrect, but the key is how?" The inner demons wasn't stumped by this question. "I already have a suitable candidate." Tang Jing asked in surprise, "Who?" The inner demon said mysteriously, "You'll know when the time comes." Tang Jing frowned, deliberately mystifying. The inner demon smiled proudly, "This body is the most suitable. Although Chiyu was resurrected before me, I have a way to catch up. Then I'll wait and see." Since the inner demons didn't want to say, he couldn't force them. In the end, he simply withdrew from Chiyu's heart. Walking out of the room, the villa wasn't quiet. Almost everyone was cultivating in their own rooms. Creak. Fong Shishi's door opened, and Huang Xiang respectfully opened the door. When Fong Shishi was cultivating in the room, Huang Xiang had been guarding the door, not letting anyone get close. Huang Xiang was conscientious, which made Tang Jing feel relieved. Tian Chanzi's gift was really good. Fong Shishi smiled like a flower and walked towards Tang Jing. Tang Jing quickly walked up to her and held her hand. "How was it?" Fong Shishi smiled and nodded. Huang Xiang quietly stood to the side and glanced at Tang Jing. He was so quiet that he looked like a puppet. The two of them talked about their experiences during cultivation as they walked out. Huang Xiang followed behind step by step. Suddenly, Huang Xiang couldn't help but bump into Tang Jing. Chapter 1332. Under normal circumstances, no matter how fast Huang Xiang was, Tang Jing would definitely be able to dodge in time. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was not small. For every 2 people who read romance novels, one of them had registered an account. But this time, Tang Jing felt that his body seemed to be restrained by some kind of force, and he was unable to block him. The two of them were like magnets. Fong Shishi also noticed that something was wrong. She wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Bang! They collided with each other, but the force was not strong. Tang Jing did not move at all, and he was stuck to Huang Xiang. Suddenly, Tang Jing felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that something had rushed out of his body and entered Huang Xiang's body. He was shocked and suddenly realized. He cried out, "Inner demons, are you messing with me?" The inner demons did not answer him. He quickly immersed his mind and his consciousness entered Chiyu's heart. Chiyu's heart was empty. There was no sign of the inner demons. The inner demons, he, actually left my body. That feeling just now was his soul leaving my body and entering Huang Xiang's body. Tang Jing gradually understood. The inner demons had always said that they had found a good body that could catch up to Chiyu's strength. Even in his dreams, Tang Jing would never have thought that the heart demon would actually have designs on Huang Xiang. In fact, after Huang Xiang became a puppet, his original consciousness had already been erased by Tian Chanzi. In other words, Huang Xiang was already dead. This body was just an empty shell, and only the most instinctive consciousness was left. This allowed him to cultivate without any distractions, and his speed improved by leaps and bounds. Huang Xiang was an ownerless body, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds to the soul formation realm. The inner demons indeed had a good eye for choosing him. However, this way, Feng Shishir would lose a responsible bodyguard. Tang Zheng was indignant. No wonder the inner demons were deliberately mystifying things. He was worried that if he told the truth, Tang Zheng would interfere and prevent him from fusing with Huang Xiang's body. In fact, it was not difficult to achieve this. As long as the two were not in close contact, the inner demons would not be able to succeed. Just now, the two of them were very close to each other, so the inner demons cast a spell to make the two of them close together quickly, and he succeeded. Tang Zheng took a step back, while Huang Xiang stood in his original position. His originally infatuated expression changed, and traces of spirit energy were emitted from his eyes. Inner demons, have you gotten what you wanted? Tang Zheng asked impatiently. The inner demons did not answer. Feng Shishir was surprised and asked, "What's going on?" Tang Zheng sighed and said, "Shishir, I'm afraid you won't have a bodyguard in the future." Feng Shishir looked left and right, but did not understand what was going on. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a loud laughter came from Huang Xiang's mouth. This laughter was very bold and full of dominance, making people who heard it uncontrollably swayed. As if it had magical powers. Feng Shishir quickly covered her ears and looked at Huang Xiang with a frown. Her eyes were full of curiosity and unfamiliarity. She knew Huang Xiang well enough. After all, she was his master. But this time, she found Huang Xiang to be so unfamiliar. "You. What's wrong?" She thought that something bad happened to Huang Xiang and asked with concern. Tang Zheng immediately protected Feng Shishir behind him and used his secret technique to counteract the magic of the laughter. But in the villa area, everyone was alarmed by this laughter. Bang bang bang. All the doors of the villa were pushed open, and one by one, strong figures rushed out from the door. So, the figures flew in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived beside the few people. At the same time, the witch clan guards outside the villa also rushed in, as if they were facing a great enemy. The reason why everyone had such a big reaction was because they were shocked by this laughter. The layman watched the show, while the expert watched the skill. These people were not ordinary people, so they could hear the extraordinariness of this laughter. They understood that the person who could make this kind of laughter was definitely not an ordinary person. Everyone surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through as they stared at Huang Xiang and then at Tang Zheng, not understanding what was going on. Tang Zheng's expression was cold, and said, "Inner demons, stop laughing." The laughter suddenly stopped, and a sharp gaze looked at Tang Zheng, then swept across the crowd, full of condescension and disdain. Everyone felt as if there was a knife on their back, and they were all a little uncomfortable under this gaze. But their expressions were even more puzzled, especially when Tian Chanzi shouted, "Huang Xiang, what the hell are you doing?" The inner demons looked at Tian Chanzi with a smile, and said, "From now on, there is no Huang Xiang in this world, only me, the inner demons." "Who are the inner demons?" someone asked one after another. Everyone did not know much about the inner demons, and Tang Zheng did not say much before, so they could not help but look at him in confusion. But Tian Chanzi and the Empyrean Fairy had a deep impression of the battle in the 100,000 Mountains, especially the giant bronze coffin. Memories came flooding in like a tide, causing their nerves to immediately tense up. The inner demons have been resurrected. The two muttered to themselves, and their expressions were quite unnatural. This was especially true for Tian Chanzi, who had been possessed by a strand of the Yellow Emperor's soul and confronted the inner demons. During that battle, Tian Chanzi's body was almost completely controlled by the Yellow Emperor's soul. Tang Zheng had once mentioned the inner demons to the two, but it was only an understatement. When the two heard that the inner demons were imprisoned in a cage, they did not pay too much attention to it. They thought that the inner demons would definitely never see the light of day again. After all, Chiyu had solemnly vowed that no one but him could open the cage, and Chiyu would not be so kind as to return to Chiyu's heart to open the cage. But they never would have thought that things would not develop as they expected. Of course I've been resurrected. From now on, I'm free to roam the world, and no one will ever be able to trap me again, the inner demon said loudly, high-spirited. Many people did not know much about the inner demons, and looked at him suspiciously. They did not know where he got his confidence from, and why he dared to say such arrogant words. Tian Chanzi, I really want to thank you for preparing such a good body for me, the inner demon said to Tian Chanzi with a smile. Tian Chanzi's expression kept changing, and he did not know how to respond. Seeing that everyone was on guard, the inner demons moved his muscles and bones, making crackling sounds. Many people were frightened, and they were ready to attack. The inner demon shook his head and sighed, don't even think about attacking me. You guys are not my match at all. Many people showed a doubtful expression, and it was obvious that they did not believe his words. But no one acted rashly, and they all looked at Tang Zheng. Obviously, he was the one who understood the situation the best. Inner demons, stop scaring people. You were deliberately mystifying because of this body. Now that you've succeeded, it's time to fulfill your promise. Tang Zheng quickly adjusted his attitude. Things had already come to this, and there was no way he could change it. In fact, this was not a big loss to him, except that Fang Shishir had one less bodyguard. Comparing this bodyguard to the inner demons, it was obvious who was more useful. Therefore, the inner demon's resurrection was more important to him, and could help him block the threat from Chiyu. When the others heard the word promise, they knew that there must be some agreement between them. The Empyrean fairy could not wait to ask, what promise? The inner demons will block Chiyu's attack for us. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed, especially those who knew the strength of the inner demons. It was as if they had seen the dawn of hope, and their eyes were full of splendor. Everyone knew very well that after the Battle of Mount Tai, the demon race was defeated, and a large part of the reason was that Chiyu was injured and could not use his strength. But once he fully recovered, he would definitely find a way to get revenge. After all, the Battle of Mount Tai ruined the plan of the Wildlands, which was one of Chiyu's major plans. Now, Chiyu must be furious. Tang Zheng knew Chiyu well, so he also knew that Chiyu would not let this go. He was in the light, and Chiyu was in the dark. Besides consolidating his strength, there was no other way to avoid this revenge. So, you released him from the confinement? The Empyrean fairy asked thoughtfully. Tang Zheng nodded. No one criticized Tang Zheng's decision. After all, everyone knew that the current situation was critical, and this was a decision he had no choice but to make. Do you trust him? The Empyrean fairy asked directly. Tang Zheng stared at the inner demons with a burning gaze, saying, the inner demons are famous and always keep their promises. If I go back on my words, I'm afraid I'll be ridiculed by the world. So, of course, I trust him. He was greatly comforted by the high praise he had received from the inner demon. At the same time, these words shocked him. If he really did go back on his words, then his bad reputation would spread all over the world. When that time came, anyone who mentioned him would say that he went back on his words. He wasn't like other people who would do anything for power and status. He still cherished his own feathers and reputation. No, I can't let the world think that I'm going back on my words and that I'm a treacherous villain. I'm not like Chiyu and the Yellow Emperor. The inner demons thought highly of himself and quickly rejected this idea in his heart. Of course, there was only one way to go back on his words and not let outsiders know. That was to kill everyone present. But he looked at the Empyrean fairy and then at Tang Zheng and the others. He did not have full confidence that he could kill all of them and not let a single one escape. He let out a long sigh and suppressed the complicated thoughts in his heart. He said righteously, "What kind of person do you think I am? How can I be such a treacherous, despicable person? Tang Jing sighed in relief. Since the inner demons had accepted this praise, then at least they would not go back on their words in the short term. Hearing this, the others also felt relieved. Only Fang Shishir had a strange expression between her eyebrows. After all, she had been with Huang Xiang for so long. Although the other party was a puppet, Fang Shishir had a kind heart and would still feel a trace of reluctance. Tang Zheng was keenly aware of her thoughts. His heart moved and he said to the inner demons, you deliberately mystified me and took over Huang Xiang's body when I wasn't paying attention. This is equivalent to taking away Shishir's bodyguard. You should at least compensate her a little. Otherwise, this will not live up to your illustrious reputation as the inner demons. Otherwise, in the future, people will say that you inner demons are just robbers. Hearing this, the inner demons was stunned. They did not expect that Tang Jing would dare to make such an additional request. The others were also shocked. The atmosphere became a little strange. Fang Shishir suddenly raised her head and looked at Tang Jing with shining eyes. Chapter 1333. Fang Shishir's eyes lit up. It wasn't that she cared about the inner demon's so-called compensation, but Tang Zheng's concern made her feel very happy and sweet. You dare to ask me for something? The inner demon stared at Tang Zheng in surprise, his voice becoming deeper. Tang Zheng wasn't scared by the inner demon's imposing manner at all. He said calmly, you took over someone else's body, this is already a great benefit, shouldn't you be compensated? Young man, besides you, no one has ever asked me for so many things. Aren't you afraid of angering me and adding another enemy? The inner demons asked aggressively. Tang Jing shook his head, I'm not afraid, because you, the inner demons, are not unreasonable like other people. You are a reasonable person. The second half of the compliment made the inner demon's tense atmosphere collapse. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha, there are still people in this world who understand me. I am different from Qi Yu and the Yellow Emperor. That's why they want to destroy me. Yes, since you have been resurrected, all the more reason to look for them to settle this debt. Tang Jing encouraged. Of course, this is a deep hatred, how could I forget? I will definitely settle this debt with them. The hatred in the inner demon's words was very strong. Then how are you going to compensate Shishir? Tang Jing asked. The inner demons turned his head and looked at Fang Shishir thoughtfully. He said, little girl, your cultivation is too weak, and you can't practice my technique, so how to compensate is really a headache. I don't need compensation. Fang Shishir shook her head. Why, are you looking down on me, the inner demons? The inner demons frowned and asked unhappily. Fang Shishir quickly waved her hand, that's not what I meant, but I am already very satisfied. When the others heard this, they quickly tried to persuade her. Tang Jing also sighed. Fang Shishir was too kind, rejecting such a good opportunity. But he didn't refute her, this was her choice, and he respected her choice. The inner demon stared at Fang Shishir, as if trying to distinguish whether she was telling the truth or not. Fang Shishir's heart was magnanimous and her expression was magnanimous. In the end, the inner demons had to admit that her words were from the bottom of her heart. Suddenly, the inner demon's eyes lit up and said meaningfully, you don't want to accept my compensation, I will give you compensation. What I don't want to give, no one can have. On the contrary, what I want to give, no one can refuse. These words were incomparably tyrannical, but when Tang Jing heard it, he was suddenly stunned and immediately realized that this was a great thing. Good people will be rewarded. Fang Shishir was so kind that she had such a pleasant surprise. Fang Shishir opened her mouth, obviously still wanting to refuse. When the others saw this, their hearts jumped to their throats, and they couldn't wait to cover her mouth. The inner demons didn't give her a chance to refuse, and gently pointed his finger. The two of them were very close to each other, and this finger pointed right between Fang Shishi's eyebrows. She was suddenly startled, and her mind was in a trance. Finally, she softly fell to the ground. Tang Zhang's eyes were quick, and he quickly caught her. He angrily stared at the inner demons, and sternly asked, "What did you do to her?" The inner demons took back his hand, and deliberately said mysteriously, "When she wakes up, you will naturally know." Tang Jing didn't continue to ask, knowing that it would be useless to ask. The others' hearts were also in their throats. If something happened to Fang Shishi, Tang Jing would probably directly raise his sword and slash at the inner demons. The inner demons wasn't worried about Fang Shishi at all, and casually said, "I promise to help you deal with Qi Yu. When he attacks, I will naturally make my move." As he said this, he walked out of the door. The packed crowd automatically parted to make a path. "Where are you going?" Tang Jing asked. "This world is completely different from tens of thousands of years ago. When I was in your body, I couldn't see it clearly. Now, I want to see this so-called modern world." As his voice fell, the inner demons had already disappeared through the door. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. "Will he come back?" Tian Chanzi asked worriedly. Tang Jing said without the slightest worry, "Since he said so, he will definitely come back. Everyone, don't worry." He wrapped his arms around Fang Shishi's waist and carried her up, saying, "I will take her back to the room to rest." He went upstairs, entered the room, and carefully placed Fang Shishi on the bed. She looked peaceful, without any signs of pain. Moreover, she seemed to be shrouded by a mysterious force. Even Tang Jing couldn't completely see through this force. It seems that the inner demons didn't lie. He really is compensating Shishi, but I don't know what this so-called compensation is. "Shishi, you must wake up soon." He quietly guarded Fang Shishi's side, not leaving her side at all. That serene face had a kind of exceptionally soul-stirring beauty, causing Tang Jing to be intoxicated as he looked at it. Fang Shishi had been with him all this time. They had experienced many hardships, and had become an indispensable part of his life. Although he had other women, Fang Shishi's position was irreplaceable. In the evening, the door opened and Yi Dingdang tiptoed in. She stretched her neck to look at Fang Shishi and asked in a low voice, "She still hasn't woken up?" Tang Jing shook his head. "You go down and eat. I will look after her," Yi Dingdang said. "No, I will look after her. If anything happens, I can deal with it immediately. Moreover, when she wakes up, she will definitely want to see me," Tang Jing said gently. Yi Dingdang wasn't jealous. She leaned into Tang Zhang's arms and said, "Shishi will definitely be very happy to hear this." Tang Jing hugged Yi Dingdang and stroked her black hair, saying, "Dingdang, you have suffered because of me." Yi Dingdang raised her head and kissed Tang Zhang's chin with her cherry lips. She smiled and said, "Silly, we are willing. So many beautiful women want this opportunity but don't have it." Although she was smiling happily, Tang Jing knew the bitterness in it and could only hug her tighter. "I am a greedy guy. I don't want any of you to leave me. I know this is very scoundrel, but this is what I think. I will do my best to give you the best. I will protect you and love you forever," Tang Zhang said resolutely. When Yi Dingdang heard this, she couldn't help but be moved. She covered his mouth with her small hand and said as if in a dream, "Don't say any more, I understand, we all understand. Otherwise, we wouldn't have stayed by your side. I'll never leave you. With you guys, what else can I ask for?" Tang Zhang held her hand and said contentedly. Yi Dingdang's lips curled into a smile. She thought, "With you, I am satisfied for the rest of my life." And Fang Shishir made a sound. The two of them quickly stood up and stared at Fang Shishir. They asked, Shishir, are you awake? How are you? Fang Shishir slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Tang Zhang's face. Her heart warmed and she said, I'm fine. Tang Zhang quickly sat on the bed and helped her up. He let her lean on his chest and asked, Is there anything wrong with your body? The corner of Fang Shishir's mouth curled up into a faint smile as she said, I feel extremely good. All of my meridians are unobstructed and my true qi is even more vigorous. More importantly, there is something more in my brain. What is it? My divine sense is more powerful. Moreover, I am immune to spiritual attacks. Fang Shishir said. Immune to spiritual attacks. Tang Zhang was shocked. Yi Dingdang had a suspicious look on her face. Obviously, she did not understand the meaning behind these words. However, Tang Zhang was different. He knew a lot about spiritual attacks. Back then, in the deep canyon of the prehistoric heavenly tomb, when they opened the bronze coffin, the inner demons used a spiritual attack on them, causing them to fall into their own illusions. Spiritual attacks were also the inner demons' most powerful attacks. His actual combat level was not very high, but his spiritual attacks were extremely terrifying, causing his enemies to be unable to guard against them. In fact, even if they were on guard, it would be useless. They would still be caught in his trap. Nightmare's traceless dream was also a type of spiritual attack, but it could not be compared to the inner demons. Fang Shishir was immune to spiritual attacks, which meant that in the future, when she met Yimeiyu's traceless dream, it would have no effect on her at all. It was just that he did not know if Fang Shishir would be immune to the attacks of the inner demons. If she was also immune, then she would be the first person in the world to be immune to the attacks of the inner demons. Although Tang Zhang had used the exorcist mirror to expel the inner demons in the Langya Pavilion, he had a certain degree of immunity to spiritual attacks. However, he was still unable to achieve 100% immunity. That was why he saw himself in the bronze coffin. The other two did not understand the mystery behind it, so Tang Zhang carefully explained it to them. The two of them were enlightened. Fang Shishir could not hide her joy. Yi Dingdang rolled her eyes and said, Shishir, this way, you won't have to be afraid of Yimeiyu's attacks in the future. Yimeiyu has always been against me and sees me as a thorn in her side. Furthermore, the assassins we encountered in the ordinary balance were sent by her. Fang Shishir did not know that there was such a complicated story. She opened her eyes wide in shock and asked, how could she be so heartless as to make a move on her own family? What does she not dare to do? Don't you see that the Ye family has already been turned into a pile of loose sand by her? Although I don't like this Ye family, every time I hear my father talk about this matter, I will sigh and sigh endlessly. This was all caused by Yimeiyu. Yi Dingdang said indignantly. Shishir, don't worry. This kind of person will definitely have retribution. Fang Shishir advised. Yimeiyu will always target me. Her heart's dream traceless technique is extremely powerful and I can't break it. So, you must help me in the future. We are sisters, so don't be so polite. If we work together and fight against a common enemy, we will definitely be able to defeat her. Fang Shishir held on to Yi Dingdang's hand. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Alright, don't worry. Yimeiyu killed Nightmare, and when the truth is revealed in the future, Mo will definitely not let her off. At that time, we won't even need to do anything, and she won't have a good ending. Tang Jing comforted. He did not have the slightest good impression of Yimeiyu. Just as they were talking about Yimeiyu, she was standing in a mysterious place, surrounded by the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates. Chapter 1334. These containers that were carved with complicated patterns were jade bottles. They were sparkling and translucent, emitting a gentle luster. All the former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor focused their gazes on these jade bottles. Their gazes were burning with passion, even more fanatical than when they stared at the gold, silver, and jewelry. Under Yi Meiyu's calm appearance, a storm was raging in her heart. He was also looking forward to the resurrection of the Yellow Emperor. This time, they had gathered here to resurrect the Yellow Emperor. Some time ago, they had spent a lot of energy and manpower to search for the life totem. They had all visited the 8 life totem lands formed by nature and carefully avoided the people sent by Tang Jing. Those who participated in this operation were all the elites of the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates. There were even a few times when Immerse personally took action. Naturally, it was very easy and did not alarm Tang Zhang's men. Tang Zhang was still in the dark. He thought that his plan was flawless and did not give the former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor an opportunity to obtain the pure yang energy between heaven and earth. However, what they didn't know was that Immerse had already obtained everything he wanted without leaving a single trace. Gathering the soul of the Golden Crow again and allowing the Yellow Emperor to reappear in the world was not too far-fetched. Immerse waved his hand, and all the jade bottles flew into the air and arranged themselves in a certain order. The former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor moved and spread out in all directions, forming a strange formation. Everyone raised their hands high and chanted. Waves of magic power spread out from their bodies and enveloped the air. Open! Immerse shouted, and the seal of the jade bottle automatically unlocked. Waves of pure yang energy flew out from the jade bottle and instantly gathered in the air, resonating with the magic power. Immerse was in high spirits, and a ray of light flew out from his hand. It was the Ganjiang sword, and the blood-red sword light dyed half of the sky red. The Ganjiang sword steadily stopped in mid-air, at the center of the intersection of the two forces. Soul of the Golden Crow, gather. Back then, the souls of the Golden Crow were all hit by the sun shooting arrows and exploded into pieces, scattering on Sky Mountain. Immerse's plan was to use the pure yang energy to gather the souls of the Golden Crow scattered on Sky Mountain like a magnet. Without a doubt, this was a very clever plan. It was much faster than searching for the soul of the Golden Crow in every corner. Sky Mountain was too big, and the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates were too few. They were not able to handle such a large amount of work. This time, they had gathered at the peak of Sky Mountain under the cover of night to avoid being noticed by others. They wanted to gather the scattered souls of the Golden Crows. Actually, ever since he knew Immerse, Tang Jing, and Tang Jing. However, these people were Immerse was the Golden Crow Yi. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, Immerse used a camouflage technique to avoid these people and successfully cast a spell on Heavenly Mountain. Immerse had learned to be smart. She did not make a big fuss. Instead, she was sneaky. She even set up restrictions to prevent outsiders from seeing the signs of the spell. Therefore, the people that Tang Jing had sent to investigate the vicinity of Sky Mountain did not notice anything unusual. They did not realize that this was an unusual night. When Immerse's voice fell, the sword radiance of the Ganjiang sword surged. A blood-red light rushed into the sky, and the sword hummed continuously. The pure yang energy gathered around the Ganjiang sword. Under the control of a mysterious power, it was like a giant magnet, rapidly absorbing the souls of the Golden Crow on Sky Mountain. A spot of light rose from a corner of the sky, like a firefly, and gathered at the peak of Sky Mountain. Another spot of light rose into the sky. These spots of light were the souls of the Golden Crow scattered in every corner of Sky Mountain. Not long after, countless spots of light rose from Sky Mountain and streaked across the sky. They were more dazzling than a meteor shower, and gathered at the Ganjiang sword. Finally, Tang Zhang's people on the Heavenly Mountain discovered some clues, and all of them stared at the scene in shock. What's going on? These people looked at each other, unable to figure out what was going on. In the sky, more and more spots of light gathered together, becoming bigger and bigger. The pitch-black sky slowly brightened, like the dawn of the rising sun. Emosia and the others were overjoyed when they saw this scene. This was the beginning of success. Everyone was even more focused as they continued to cast their spells. Unknowingly, a sun hung in the sky. The sunlight immediately dispelled the darkness, and the peak of Sky Mountain became as bright as day. Light shot in all directions, and not long after, the foot of Sky Mountain also became bright. The souls of the Golden Crow, the souls of the Golden Crow. Tang Zhang's subordinates finally noticed something and shouted. Quick, report this. This is the work of the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates. Damn it, they must be using a camouflage to avoid us. Some smart people immediately understood the reason and stomped their feet hatefully. They immediately dialed Tang Zhang's number. In the middle of the night, Tang Zhang, who was far away in the capital, was woken up by the ringing of his phone. He sat up straight as if he had a spring installed. Hello. Master, the souls of the Golden Crow have been reunited. A witch shouted impatiently, her voice trembling. Tang Zhang jumped to the floor with a bang. His sleepiness was completely gone, and the hand that was holding the phone couldn't help but tighten. What did you say? This cry of alarm woke the person on the bed. Wu rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed, asking, What's wrong? Tang Zhang gestured for him to keep quiet. Wu understood and his heart trembled. He quickly got off the bed and stood beside Tang Zhang, looking at him worriedly. I don't know what method the Yellow Emperor's subordinates used, but they are reuniting the souls of the Golden Crow. The other party took a deep breath and repeated. The soul of the Golden Crow has been reunited. Tang Zhang finally heard it clearly, but he couldn't help but shout loudly. His voice was so loud that he was shocked. Suddenly, a ray of light shone in from the window. It was like a ray of morning light, dispelling the darkness in the room and landing on Tang Zhang's shoulder. Tang Zhang bathed in the sunlight, his body dyed golden. His brows immediately furrowed into a Chuan character as he looked at the sunlight in the sky. Wu looked at the clock on the wall. It was clearly 2 a.m. She immediately opened her mouth wide and her chin almost fell to the ground. It's only the middle of the night, how can there be a sun? Hearing this, Wu couldn't help but exclaim, but Tang Zhang's heart sank to the bottom. He already understood that all of this was caused by the soul of the Golden Crow being reunited. That meant that this world would be plunged into misery and suffering. The people outside the house were also frightened by this scene. The witches all raised their heads to look at the sky, thinking that they were seeing things. At the same time, many of the night owls who had not slept in the middle of the night were completely dumbstruck by this scene. On the streets and alleys, on the rooftops of various buildings, many people gradually gathered as they watched this inconceivable scene. Although many unimaginable things had happened all over the world in the past year, the sun in the middle of the night was still shocking. Master, what should we do now? The voice on the phone finally pulled back Tang Zhang's thoughts. His heart trembled as he said in a deep voice, Don't fight head-on. First, find out the situation of the witch clan and report to me at any time. After hanging up the phone, Tang Zhang rushed out of the bedroom. Wu, wearing a thin nightgown, chased after him. Upstairs, the other rooms opened one after another. Everyone saw Tang Zhang and Wu walking out of the same room. No one was surprised. The relationship between them was already half open. Everyone knew that it was normal for them to sleep together in the middle of the night. There was no need to make a fuss. The sun is out. Someone pointed out the window and exclaimed. The others also nodded. They were obviously frightened by this scene. Tang Zhang comforted him in a deep voice, Everyone, don't panic for the time being. These people had basically experienced several life and death battles, and their nerves were already very strong. They were not too worried, and after hearing Tang Zheng's words, they all asked what was going on. Tang Zheng did not hide anything and said truthfully, "The former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor are reuniting with the soul of the Golden Crow." What? Then wouldn't that be another 10 days? No, 9 suns in the sky. Tang Zheng remained silent, which could be considered as a tacit agreement. In the middle of the night, without nature's own sun, the 9 souls of the Golden Crow rose into the sky, which meant that there were only 9 so-called suns. Then what should we do? This news really shocked everyone. They all asked for countermeasures, and all kinds of suggestions began to be made. But in the end, they all looked at Tang Zheng, waiting for him to make the final decision. Although Tang Zheng was very anxious, he was not in a hurry. He methodically arranged, Empyrean Fairy, Thundercloud Beast, Scarlet Lunar Beast, we will go to Sky Mountain to stop the former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor. Tian Chanzi, you and the others will stay at home and protect yourselves. If anything happens, contact me immediately. He had to be constantly on guard against the attacks of the Demon Clan or other hostile forces, so there must be someone important at home. But this time, they would definitely need a powerful force to stop the former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor. The Empyrean Fairy and the other mythical beasts could work together to maximize their effectiveness. As for Xiao Bai, if it woke up, it would be even more effective. However, this little guy seemed to have not completely digested the things it had absorbed and was still hibernating. Tang Zheng had gone through many tests and established an absolute WeChat. Therefore, when he said these words, no one questioned or refuted, which saved a lot of time. Somersault Cloud. Tang Zheng shouted without hesitation. The somersault cloud appeared outside the door. The others went back to their rooms to change their clothes and jumped on the somersault cloud. Then, they flew towards Sky Mountain. The light on Sky Mountain became more and more intense. The second soul of the Golden Crow had already risen. The hot air dispersed the cold wind in the middle of the night. The scorching heat descended on the earth, and the temperature rose rapidly. When they saw the second soul of the Golden Crow, the ordinary people immediately remembered the scene of the 10 suns in the sky a long time ago. It caused a lot of chaos. Could it be that 10 suns were going to rise in the middle of the night? At that time, the heat would be unbearable, and everyone would die from the heat. Panic immediately spread through the streets and alleys. Moreover, the soul of the Golden Crow gradually woke people up from their sleep. Suddenly, the whole land woke up in the middle of the night. Chapter 1335. The earth woke up in the middle of the night, and so did the people who lived there. They looked at the scene in horror. Looking at the 2 suns above their heads, the memories in the depths of their minds came back, and they were scared stiff. The smart ones immediately found a place to hide. Otherwise, when more suns rose in the sky, they would be roasted into human jerky. Everywhere was in chaos. Inside the high walls of the inner palace, 100 Faces, who was disguised as the leader, stood in front of the bed. When the first sun rose, he sensed something and got up. The mechanical warriors also came to his door, as if they were facing a great enemy. Junko also got up from the bed. She was naked, and her slim body made people's blood boil. 100 Faces did not turn his head, and he looked at the sky in a daze. Junko hooked her hands around 100 Faces' waist, leaned her chin on his shoulder, and pressed her soft chest against his back. She whispered, "Master, what's going on?" She was obviously frightened by the strange phenomenon in the sky, and her eyes couldn't help but stare. 100 Faces said, "The Yellow Emperor's former subordinates are condensing the soul of the Golden Crow again." Junko was shocked. She understood the meaning of this sentence. She exclaimed, then aren't we in danger? It said that when the 10 suns shine in the sky, the world will be turned into a sea of fire, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. 100 Faces nodded. Yes, the soul of the Golden Crow is indeed extraordinary. Then, won't everything we have planned become meaningless? This world will not exist anymore. Junko asked. 100 Faces sneered. How can it be that easy? Do you think the others will just sit back and do nothing? I bet that Tang Zheng must be rushing to Tianshan without stopping. Junko's expression turned cold when she heard this name. This name had caused her too much shock and confusion. Can he stop all of this? The corner of the 100 Transformation Star Sovereign's mouth hooked up into a playful smile, and said meaningfully, Don't underestimate Tang Zheng's strength and determination. I watched him rise step by step, and my understanding of him also increased. He is soft-hearted and has great love for the people of the world. How could he watch as innocent people suffer such an undeserved calamity? Junko curled her lips and said disapprovingly, That's because he's a hypocrite. Is he deliberately acting like this? What great love! Is he that selfless? The 100 Transformation Star-Lord smiled and declined to comment. What should we do? Are we not going to do anything? Junko paused for a moment and then asked worriedly, What if we are not prepared at all, and Tang Zheng is stopped from being one of the former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor? What should we do then? Don't worry. Even if he doesn't succeed, there's still that guy, Chiyu, right? He was just tricked by Immerse and lost a great general like Saint King. How could he let this go? The 100 Change Star Monarch explained. Junko still wanted to ask more questions, but 100 Faces Star-Lord turned around and hugged her. His body, which was more than 10 kilograms, was as light as a feather. Junko understood tacitly and immediately let out a soft cry. She hugged 100 Faces Star-Lord's neck. Master, you're so bad. The 100 Faces Star-Lord chuckled. A great battle had begun. At the same time, Chiyu looked up at the sky and immediately locked onto the 2 suns hanging high in the sky. He gritted his teeth and said, Immerse, you really want to resurrect the Yellow Emperor? Wishful thinking. Although Immerse kept talking big and didn't put the Yellow Emperor in his eyes, he was still very afraid of the Yellow Emperor and didn't want him to be resurrected. After all, the Yellow Emperor had defeated him before. This was a battle of strength, an ironclad fact that he couldn't deny. If the Yellow Emperor was resurrected, he would definitely be a huge threat to him. Whoosh! Chiyu was like a ray of light as he soared into the sky and flew towards Sky Mountain. This time, he didn't bring any of his subordinates and chose to travel alone. If he wanted to ruin Huang Immerse's plan, he alone was enough. In the new secret base of the Azure Dragon Palace, in front of a stone room, Granny Li stood respectfully. My lord, the soul of the Golden Crow has been reunited. A disaster is coming. If we don't act now, the world will cease to exist and the martial artists will never have a place to stand. Granny Li said earnestly, almost tearing up. The stone room was very quiet and no one answered her. Bang! Granny Li's legs went soft and she knelt on the ground. She raised her voice and shouted, My lord, it'll be too late if we don't act now. If it was something else, Granny Li could ignore it or deal with it herself. This time, it was the former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor who had gathered the soul of the Golden Crow to resurrect the Yellow Emperor. She didn't have the power to stop it. Only the great Lord Ji Wuxiang had the power to do so. That was why she knelt in front of the stone room and begged the great lord in tears. The great lord had been in seclusion for a long time and didn't see anyone. No one knew his specific situation. Granny Li would never disturb him unless it was a last resort. Just like the last earthquake in Dianan, she personally led people to deal with it. Although what she saw and heard later was far beyond her imagination, it didn't threaten the survival of the Azure Dragon Palace. Whoosh! A gust of wind rose from the ground and blew the leaves in front of the stone room. Granny Lee was startled and seemed to have sensed something. She raised her head and stared at the stone room, not knowing what had happened. A surge of energy enveloped her, causing her to panic. She hurriedly circulated her inner energy, attempting to block this surge of energy outside the door. However, all her efforts were in vain and didn't have any effect at all. She stood up slowly and couldn't kneel anymore. Her heart skipped a beat and her eyes flashed with ecstasy. She stared at the stone room with joy. Creak! Creak! An awkward sound was heard. The stone room shook as if it was going to fall apart. Cracks appeared on the wall. Whoosh! A stone flew up from the wall. Then, the other stones flew up and floated in the air as if they were alive. Granny Lee looked at the scene in shock. It seemed simple, but it was caused by an invisible force. She didn't have the strength to do it. All of this is the Great Lord's doing. Could it be that he has passed the obstacle? How strong is he? No one answered her question. When the last stone, the huge stone door, flew up, the Great Lord's figure was finally revealed. He stood in the middle of the rocks, and the rocks surrounded him like a responsible bodyguard. The Great Lord raised his foot and walked forward. The stones followed his footsteps and moved forward. This scene was extremely shocking to ordinary warriors because they couldn't do it. Granny Lee was not a weak-kneed person, but when she saw this scene, it was as if she had seen a god. She had an impulse to bow down. "My Lord!" she shouted in a daze. The Great Lord's eyes were deep as if there was endless magic. After locking onto Granny Lee, she had an illusion that she was deeply trapped. "Thank you for your hard work." Granny Lee's tears gushed out of her eyes. She felt that it was worth it to hear him say that it was hard. She was the only one who knew the bitterness of it all. Without the Great Lord, it was impossible for her to support the huge azure dragon hole. If she didn't have a certain dignity before, it would be impossible for her to do it. From now on, the era of warriors has arrived. The Great Lord's voice was very magnetic. It even had a kind of bewitching magic. Granny Lee was intoxicated by his voice and muttered to herself, "The era of warriors, yes, it belongs to us warriors. What kind of world is it?" Granny Lee was at a loss. She didn't know what to do. The Great Lord smiled and looked up at the sky. He looked at the two suns indifferently and said, "Feel it yourself." As soon as his voice fell, Granny Lee didn't have any specific feeling. The stars in the sky twinkled. However, the light of the stars was completely covered by the sunlight of the two suns. If it was still a dark night, the light of thousands of stars twinkling at the same time would also illuminate the earth. That scene would certainly be very shocking. Whoosh! The power of the stars fell from the sky and fell on Granny Lee. She was startled and looked at the sky in disbelief. Then, she looked at the indifferent Great Lord. This. She stuttered for a long time, but couldn't say a complete sentence. This was because this scene was simply too shocking. Her body was being rapidly transformed by the power of the stars, and the results were remarkable. Her cultivation soared like a rocket. She was the one involved, so she naturally felt it the most deeply. In addition, she had cultivated for most of her life, but she had never felt such surging power and rapid cultivation speed. Her worldview was almost turned upside down. Feel it quietly. This is the era of martial artists. The power of the stars is the noblest power in the world. What spiritual energy of heaven and earth! We martial artists disdain absorbing spiritual energy of heaven and earth because what belongs to us is the noblest power of the stars. Moreover, when we used the power of the stars in the past, outsiders would always find clues, especially Tang Jing. Now, we don't have to worry about this problem. As long as it is under my control, the power of the stars is invisible. We don't have to worry about being discovered by outsiders. The Great Lord's provocative voice sounded in Granny Lee's ears. In the past, the Great Lord had said similar words, but not as arrogant as this time. Moreover, he had helped other warriors to absorb the power of the stars. Granny Lee had also felt it before, but it was completely different from this time. This was a qualitative leap. If every warrior's cultivation speed was so fast, then what was there to be afraid of? Immediately, Granny Lee's confidence increased, and she was in high spirits. When the power of the stars in her body gradually calmed down, she excitedly said incoherently, "From now on, it's our era, no, it's your era, Great Lord." A smug expression appeared on the High Lord's face. Although he appeared to be indifferent, in the depths of his heart, what he had done had already surpassed the ancients. What new era? He had only banished all the cultivators in the world to the sky beyond heaven, but he had not fundamentally changed the race of warriors. However, the Great Lord had done it. He would completely change the warriors. Not only their living conditions, but he would also reshape the cultivation system of warriors. This was an unprecedented masterpiece. Any genius would not be worth mentioning in front of the Great Lord. Chapter 1336. Granny Lee gradually calmed down from her shock. Looking at the third sun in the sky, her attention was attracted again. She asked, "My lord, it's already 3 suns. What should we do?" At this moment, she had absolute confidence that the Lord could defeat the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates and stop this disaster. The Lord remained calm and said lightly, "This world will belong to the martial artists. If others can't survive this disaster, then it's their fate." Granny Lee's heart skipped a beat. She immediately understood the meaning of the Lord's words. He was going to stand by and do nothing. Sure enough, the Lord continued, "This is a sin committed by the cultivators. It can let others know more about the cruelty of the cultivators. It's good for us. Why should we stop it?" But Granny Lee wanted to refute, but she swallowed her words. She had never been soft-hearted. Her mind flashed and she understood the Lord's intention. He wanted to let the world know about the evil of the cultivators through this incident. Then, they would hate the cultivators and naturally fall into the arms of the martial artists. Although the Lord was confident in his own strength, he was still a modern man. He understood the importance of the general public. He would not be like the ancient kings who ignored the general public. Instead, he would follow the will of the people and use it to his advantage. This was his wisdom. "My lord, this time, someone will definitely stop the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates. Will they succeed?" At this time, Granny Lee was a little worried that the soul of the Golden Crow could not be fully condensed and the world would see the sins of the cultivators. If that happened, the Lord's plan would be disrupted. As for the life and death of ordinary people, Granny Lee did not care at all. Hearing this, the Lord did not care at all. He said, "Whether it succeeds or not, when the people see the suns hanging above their heads again, the fear and uneasiness in their hearts will be aroused again. This time, it will be completely aroused. They will not sit still and wait for death. For their lives, these people will do anything. The cultivators will definitely become the target of scorn, hated by everyone." Granny Lee felt as if she was suddenly enlightened. She kept praising the High Lord's foresight and wisdom. In the sky, a white cloud swept across the horizon. Tang Zheng, Li Xiaotian, and the Empyrean fairy stood on the somersault cloud. Before leaving, Tang Zheng suddenly remembered that Li Xiaotian was not part of this trip. After all, the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrows already belonged to her. Moreover, she had also cultivated Hoi's archery, which was a trump card against the soul of the Golden Crow. The three of them gazed into the distance in the direction of Heavenly Mountain. From time to time, he would look up at the sky. There were already 3 suns. The number was increasing so quickly that it made people speechless. It also gave people a deep sense of unease. A scorching heat wave rolled down from the sky and covered their bodies. Fortunately, they were not ordinary people. Circulating their martial arts, they were able to withstand the heat wave. However, the others were not so lucky. In the streets and alleys, the ordinary people were already drenched in sweat. Their moisture was quickly evaporating, and they looked like they were about to turn into human jerky. Many people directly jumped into the water, but the water was also steaming and quickly evaporated. Flames rose into the air from many places, and alarms rang out everywhere. Everyone felt a sense of despair, as if the god of death had descended. But at the same time, there was a strong anger in their hearts. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Cultivators, this is the evil of cultivators. They want to destroy humanity. Cultivators are the public enemy of humanity. Similar thoughts appeared in many people's minds, accompanied by anger that burned fiercely. In view of the previous few grand and earth-shattering events, cultivators were no longer an absolute secret group. Although the authorities had sealed off the real news and issued various seemingly scientific explanations, the ordinary people did not completely calm the panic in their hearts. They had also heard about the cultivators from various sources and rumors on the streets. It turned out that there was such a huge group of people hidden in the crowd. At that time, people did not have a direct impression of the likes and dislikes of the cultivators, nor did they have an absolute standpoint of benefits. But this time was different. The cultivators had caused all kinds of big events again and again, threatening the survival of the human race. Even a clay figurine had some anger. Moreover, this was a matter of life and death. They had no reason to retreat, and the hatred in their hearts for the cultivators grew day by day. Kill the cultivators, we are not willing to be sacrificial lambs. Yes, kill the cultivators. This group of bastards, even if we die, we will drag one of them down with us. Anger was contagious. It was as if there was an invisible hand controlling everything, causing the anger to become more and more intense. I heard that there are cultivators in a place. A very large area is occupied by these cultivators. Let's go find them and take revenge. Kill one and earn one. Yes, kill the cultivators. The crowd moved. The crowd was excited and crazily rushed towards a place. The heat wave caused the air they exhaled to be hot, as if it could ignite. Not long after, the crowd arrived at Tang Zhang's villa. This villa had been completely bought by him. Only his core members lived here, and almost all of them were cultivators. When the patrolling witches saw this group of excited people, they were shocked. Their attention was completely attracted by the soul of the golden crow in the sky. They did not expect that there would be people attacking the villa. Moreover, this group of people were clearly ordinary people. They were not martial artists, nor were they cultivators. They were a group of motley crew. 3 cobblers were better than Zhuge Liang, even if the other party's strength could not be compared to theirs. But after all, there were many of them. Their will was like a fortress. After twisting into a rope, the power that erupted was still not to be underestimated. The villa was protected by a large formation. The crowd could not break through it all. Although it was empty in front of them and there were no obstacles, the crowd was still blocked by an invisible wall. Bang, bang, bang. These people punched the protective barrier again and again, only to hear the sound of the air being torn apart. These people were rebounded by the huge force and were sent flying backwards. They could not break through the protective barrier at all. Instead, they were sent flying. However, this did not scare them away. Instead, it made them even more ferocious. They clamored to break through the protective barrier. Seeing this, the witches were helpless. They loudly advised them not to waste their energy and to leave this place quickly. Another sun appeared in the sky. 4 suns hung high in the sky, making the crowd even angrier. The people who were originally watching changed their attitude. Like the most ferocious beasts, they hysterically attacked the protective barrier. They did not listen to the witch's advice. They thought that the other party was afraid of them and deliberately gave in. Therefore, more and more people gathered outside the villa. Enchanting and the others were at the entrance of the villa. They sized up this group of people without leaving a trace. The crowd was too far away, so they could not see their faces clearly. However, they could clearly feel the intensity of their anger. It was as if they could burn everything in the world. They looked at each other and discussed countermeasures. Boom! Chapter 1337. Flames burst forth and a loud rumbling sound rang out. The protective barrier trembled. Enchanting and the others cried out in alarm, "They're using a bomb." Such a vicious explosion had occurred in the capital. This group of people were truly brazen and unscrupulous. They came prepared. The authorities definitely won't care. Enchanting hit the nail on the head. The other people's expressions suddenly changed. "You're saying that this is a planned operation? Then how do we deal with it? They're just ordinary people. How can they be our opponents? There's nothing to be afraid of," someone said confidently, not caring at all. Enchanting was the one who made the decision. He said in a deep voice, "Even so, are we really going to kill these ordinary people who don't even have the strength to truss a chicken?" The surroundings immediately quieted down. No one was willing to do that. Those were executioners, demons, not people like them. Enchanting shrugged and said, "Then it's settled. They definitely won't be able to break through the protective barrier. Our worries are groundless." Yi Ding Dang suddenly said. "Yes, this was set up by Tang Zheng. It's safe enough. They definitely won't be able to break through." The others agreed and couldn't help but sigh in relief. If they didn't confront these different people directly, then they could avoid bloodshed. The people outside the protective barrier were all fierce and ferocious. Most of them used to be ordinary people. No one would have thought that in the blink of an eye, they would become so crazy and unreasonable. They also saw Enchanting and the others. A stream of obscenities came out of their mouths, making it hard for them to stop. Enchanting and the others frowned when they heard this. However, they forcibly suppressed their anger and didn't rush up to confront them directly. "Get out of the way." A shocking roar exploded in everyone's ears like a clap of thunder. The crowd was forcibly separated by a force, and a group of people walked straight in. Yan Qishan and Yan Luyun. Enchanting and the others were shocked. What were they doing here? Before they could ask, insults were thrown at them. "Hurry up and leave. What are you doing here?" Yan Qishan followed the orders of his father, Yan Padian, and brought his son and a pair of elite soldiers to support him. Yan family was powerful, and when they discovered the situation outside the villa, they immediately reported it to Yan Padian. Yan Padian understood the seriousness of the matter. He guessed that Tang Zheng must have left the capital, and there might not be too much power left in the villa. If this group of angry people were allowed to attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because of this, he naturally had to send people to stop all of this. Yan Qishan's reprimand did not have any effect. Instead, he drew the anger onto himself. Looking at this group of people with extraordinary auras, one of them shouted, "They must be the accomplices of this group of cultivators. Kill them." As soon as he said this, his anger found an outlet, and he vented it all on the Yen family. The angry crowd rushed toward them like a swarm of bees. Although they were ordinary people, when they were united, they could still unleash a powerful force. Not to mention, there were also people who were fanning the flames and deliberately creating a conspiracy. Yen Qishan did not expect things to turn out like this. He was afraid that Yen Patian did not see the scene, and also made a wrong judgment. He did not expect that the elites he sent out would be at a disadvantage in front of ordinary people. Once there were more people, although the martial strength of these Yen family members was not low, they could not bear to harm ordinary people. This gave the crazy crowd a chance to grab hold of their weakness and attack them with everything they had. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out abruptly and ear-piercing, and a Yen family member fell to the ground. "They have guns!" Yen Qishan exclaimed. "Be careful." Yen Qishan was both shocked and angry. Towards ordinary people, he felt pity for them. Originally, he only wanted to disperse them, but someone actually shot him in the back, which touched his bottom line. Yen family members watched as their companions sacrificed themselves, and all of them became furious. "Stop them and find the murderer!" Yen Qishan roared. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The bullet shot straight towards Yen Qishan. However, he had a lot of battle experience and was strong, so this bullet did not take his life. He narrowly avoided it, and his gaze immediately locked onto a person in the crowd. He pointed at him and shouted, "Catch him for me!" Whiz! A few Yen family members soared into the air, like a rock spreading its wings, and landed beside that person, trying to grab him. However, the people around them were not to be trifled with. They immediately reacted and stopped them. The two sides immediately clashed. The Yen family was already furious, so they did not show any mercy. A few people were knocked down to the ground, and although their lives were not in danger, their actions completely infuriated the crowd. They were like crazed wild beasts, attacking the Yen family members. The difference in numbers between the two sides was huge, and they were completely entangled. Tian Chanzi and the others saw this and shouted, "The Yen family members are here to help us. We can't turn a blind eye to them getting hurt." Therefore, a group of people immediately rushed out of the protective shield and fought with these people. The area was in a mess. Tang Jing did not know the situation at home. He had already seen the 5th sun rise, and there were 4 more to the 9th sun. The Yellow Emperor's former subordinates were about to succeed. Sky Mountain finally came into view, and he immediately flew towards the mountain peak. From afar, he saw the battle on the mountainside. On one side were the people he had left behind, and on the other side were the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates. Tang Zhang's people did not wait for their deaths. They directly charged towards the mountain peak and broke through the camouflage of the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates. However, they were intercepted by the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates halfway up the mountain. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, and neither side retreated. The pure white snow on Sky Mountain had begun to melt. After the ice had melted for 10,000 years, it was like a mountain stream flowing down from the mountain peak. The sound of flowing water could be heard continuously. Finally, it gathered into a surging stream, washing away everything it passed. Sky Mountain seemed to have shed its outer layer, revealing its skin, hard rock. The stream did not completely flow to the foot of the mountain. A portion of it turned into steam and rose into the sky. The sky became dark, and dark clouds covered the sky. However, they were still unable to completely block out the dazzling light. Whoosh! The somersault cloud was extremely fast, and it flew to the mountain peak. Looking down, the Yellow Emperor's troops were still covered by the camouflage. Even though they were in mid-air, they could not see their figures. However, Tang Zheng knew that this group of people was hiding on the mountain peak. He had to rush down and completely destroy the camouflage before he could see them. Without any hesitation, he ordered the somersault cloud to dive down like a fighter jet. The air was filled with a sharp piercing sound. The Empyrean Fairy, Li Xiaotian, the Thundercloud Beast, and the Scarlet Lunar Beast were all on full alert. They stared at the mountain peak with burning eyes. Whoosh! A beam of light from a Dharma treasure rose from the mountain peak and attacked the somersault cloud directly. Dodge! Tang Jing shouted. The somersault cloud nimbly dodged the attack and landed steadily on the mountain peak. Whoosh! 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 One attack after another seemed to appear out of thin air, attacking them from all directions. The Empyrean Fairy frowned and shouted, "Break!" A wave of energy shot out from her body in all directions like a shock wave. In the blink of an eye, the scene around them changed drastically. The camouflage disappeared. The Yellow Emperor's former subordinates were all exposed in front of them. Everyone was casting their techniques. A portion of them attacked them while a portion of them used a secret technique to condense the Golden Crow's soul. Mo Xia and Yimeyu were among them. Tang Zheng waved his hand and used the sky-swallowing technique. A huge black hole sucked in the attacks from all directions. Then, he shouted, "Mo Xia, stop. Are you trying to destroy this world and destroy humanity?" Mo Xia snorted in disdain. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and retorted, "Tang Jing, you're here to cause trouble again. You're really haunting us." If it wasn't for Tang Jing stopping them last time, they would have succeeded. They wouldn't have to go through so much trouble this time. You're doing bad things. Naturally, I won't let you off. Tang Zheng said righteously. Who said this is bad? This is the master who revived me. He is your ancestor. Mo Xia said righteously. Ancestor. If we have to sacrifice the lives of countless people to revive the so-called ancestor, then this ancestor is too cruel. How dare you? Mo Xia glared at him, you dare to speak such arrogant words and slander your ancestor. Tang Zheng looked at the Golden Crow's soul that was slowly gathering in the sky from all directions. At this juncture, the sixth Golden Crow's soul had been successfully condensed. The 6 suns hung high in the sky, and the heavenly mountain had already become the hottest place in the world. The rocks gradually turned fiery red, and green smoke rose from them. However, to this group of cultivators, this kind of heat could still be resisted. It was just that everyone's expressions were extremely grim. Tang Zheng ignored Mo Xia's impassioned words, and directly gave Li Xiaotian a look, and said, use the shooting sun arrows, shoot down these Golden Crow's soul. Li Xiaotian was already eager to give it a try. After hearing Tang Zheng's words, he immediately took out the heaven-shocking bow and the shooting sun arrows, opened the bow and pulled the arrow, and aimed it at the soul of the Golden Crow. She silently activated Hou Yi's archery method, and the shooting sun arrow immediately turned into a golden arrow. As if sensing the soul of the Golden Crow, the shooting sun arrow actually started to tremble. This wasn't fear, but excitement. The shooting sun arrows and the heaven-shocking bow were specially made to shoot down the soul of the Golden Crow. This was a pair of fated enemies. Meeting again, coupled with Li Xiaotian's use of Hou Yi's archery method, triggered a chain reaction. Li Xiaotian seemed to have understood something. This time, it was completely different from before, and another feeling flowed from the bottom of his heart. Hou Yi's archery method's golden arrow, shoot! Li Xiaotian shouted, her fingers loosened, and the shooting sun arrow pierced through the sky. The golden arrow covered the resplendent sunlight in the sky, and shot towards a Golden Crow's soul. No! Mo Xia screamed out in fright. Last time, it was the shooting sun arrows and the heaven-shocking bow that shot down the soul of the Golden Crow, ruining his plans. This time, they came back again, Could it be that they were going to repeat the same mistake? No. He would never allow that. Chapter 1338. Immerse did have a countermeasure. He was not an idiot. Of course, he would not make the same mistake twice. He had already expected that someone would stop him. He could deceive them for a while, but he could not continue to deceive them. Without a doubt, the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow were the greatest threats to the Golden Crow's soul. He had spent a lot of time and brain cells on how to avoid the attack of this divine weapon. The heavens did not disappoint those who were willing. He finally thought of a way. That was to form a telepathic connection with the Golden Crow's soul. This way, he could control the Golden Crow's soul to dodge the sun-shooting arrow and not be treated as a live target. Whiz! The shining sun-shooting arrow arrived in front of the Golden Crow's soul. In the next second, it seemed as if it was going to shatter the Golden Crow's soul into pieces and turn into strands of light. The corner of Immerse's mouth curled up into a mocking sneer. With a thought, he said to himself, "Dodge." The soul of the Golden Crow quickly moved to the left, causing the sun-shooting arrow to miss. "Ha!" Tang Jing exclaimed. Last time, he had shot down the soul of the Golden Crow one by one. At that time, the soul of the Golden Crow was not so cunning as to be able to dodge the sun-shooting arrow in time. He suddenly stared at Immerse, and seeing his unfathomable smile, he came to a realization and shouted, "Crap, the soul of the Golden Crow has changed, it's not that easy to attack anymore. Strange, it can actually dodge the attack of the sun-shooting arrow." Empyrean Fairy was also amazed. "Ha ha ha, now you know what it means to be unstoppable, right? Your insignificant skills are useless now, it's impossible to threaten the soul of the Golden Crow. My master will finally be reborn today." Immerse laughed maniacally and shouted loudly. The expressions of Tang Jing and the others became gloomy. Li Xiaotian did not believe it and clenched her teeth. Her confidence in the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrow was extraordinary, surpassing everyone else's, so she was not knocked down by a single mistake. She let out a shout, and the shooting sun arrow flashed with a golden light. Then, it made a turn in the air and shot toward another Golden Crow soul. Whoosh! The shooting sun arrow almost brushed past the soul of the Golden Crow, but it still missed. Ha ha ha! Immerse's laughter was even more complacent and ear-piercing, as if she was mocking them for overestimating themselves. Amidst the laughter, the seventh sun successfully condensed in the sky. It flickered with blazing light, as if adding oil to the fire on the earth. Tang Zheng's body, which was impervious to both heat and cold, also felt a sense of discomfort. A normal person would have difficulty surviving and would be struggling on the line between life and death. He suddenly had an idea and shouted, "Thundercloud Beast, move!" Whoosh! The Thundercloud Beast soared into the sky and transformed back into its original form. Its huge wings were like a dark cloud, covering the sky and blocking the sunlight. If it was an ordinary bird, its feathers would have long been set ablaze. However, the Thundercloud Beast was no ordinary bird. It flapped its wings fiercely, creating a gale that blew away a large portion of the heat wave. Even the fragments of light from the Golden Crow's soul were blown away. The eighth sun was about to condense successfully, but it immediately stopped due to this delay, not to mention the ninth sun. Immerse was furious and said, "Thundercloud Beast, you bastard, how dare you ruin my plans? Watch my Ganjiang sword." Whoosh! The Ganjiang sword flew up and pierced towards the Thundercloud Beast. Whoosh whoosh! The Thundercloud Beast flapped its wings and a gale blew against the Ganjiang sword. However, the Ganjiang sword's trajectory did not deviate at all. Just like before, it fiercely shot towards the thundercloud beast. A bolt of lightning flashed through the thundercloud beast's eyes. Its entire body flickered with crackling lightning. Paw! The lightning landed on the Ganjiang's sword. The Ganjiang's sword finally tilted, but its attack did not decrease and still shot towards the thundercloud beast. Its huge body was like a living target. No matter how the Ganjiang's sword tilted, it could still accurately hit it. The Ganjiang's sword was about to hit the thundercloud beast. A trace of panic flashed through the thundercloud beast's eyes. With a flash of lightning, it quickly shrunk. In the blink of an eye, it turned back to the size of a puppy, narrowly dodging this attack. The Ganjiang's sword almost brushed past its body. One could even feel the shock brought by the sharp sword chi. Thundercloud beast, let's see if you still dare to stir up trouble. Mo laughed. He did not put the thundercloud beast in his eyes at all. The light spots of the golden crow's soul that had been blown away earlier quickly gathered again. The eighth sun seemed to be about to condense successfully. I definitely can't let him succeed. Tang Jing secretly clenched his teeth. This extreme heat seemed to be able to evaporate all the water in one's body. He did not know what it was like in other places. Clouds summoning rain. Tang Jing secretly shouted and used the dragon god technique. A mysterious power spread out in all directions. The dragon slayer was in a certain corner of this world. Using the dragon god technique at this time was definitely not a good idea. However, the consequences of this extreme heat were unimaginable. If it was allowed to continue developing, this world would really be destroyed. Thus, he abandoned his personal safety and used the clouds summoning rain. The dragon race's divine ability was indeed extraordinary. There were originally black clouds in the sky, which was the water evaporated from the ground. When he used the clouds summoning rain, the clouds immediately became thicker under the effect of the mysterious power. Kacha! A bolt of lightning fell from the clouds, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. The light of the lightning and the sun reflected each other, and was especially dazzling. Whoosh! Torrential rain fell from the clouds, sprinkling onto the ground and onto everyone. Some of the people with weaker cultivations were immediately drenched. However, for the experts, the rain could not touch their bodies at all. An invisible power blocked the rain. The torrential rain immediately swept away the extreme heat, causing a refreshing feeling to attack one's heart, adding a sense of coolness. The clouds were still rapidly spreading in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the torrential rain swept away a portion of the extreme heat, and immediately suppressed the flames on the ground. It was not enough to cause a huge fire to spread across such a large area. When the Empyrean fairy saw this, she also understood Tang Zheng's good intentions. Without a doubt, the clouds summoning rain could not stop the soul of the golden crow from condensing. It could only prevent the world from being destroyed immediately, reduce the extreme heat, and make people feel better, so that they would not be dried up under the sun. Don't worry about the clouds summoning rain, I will stop Mosia. The Empyrean fairy said without hesitation. Her figure flashed, and she directly rushed towards Mosia. The clouds spread very quickly. Not long after, with the heavenly mountain as the center, the dark clouds covered a radius of tens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers, and finally thousands of kilometers, bringing rain to these areas. The people cheered as they looked at the dark clouds. They were on the verge of tears. Many people knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the sky, muttering, "God, you have finally shown mercy, this rain is good." The sun was on one side, and the rain was on the other side. The rain and sunlight mixed together, and this was a sun rain. However, this rain did not fundamentally change the situation, it only alleviated the situation. When the rain fell on the ground, it was quickly evaporated by the sunlight, and returned to the clouds. Even a part of the rain was evaporated before it fell to the ground. The clouds in the sky thickened again, and the water content was even higher. It was precisely because of this that Tang Jing could rely on his own strength to summon the clouds summoning rain over such a vast land. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not be able to cover such a large area. Tang Jing was very clear about this point. The so-called advantages and disadvantages, the soul of the golden crow evaporated the water on the ground, and he used this as a precondition to add a suitable fire, and let the ground be covered by the rain and the sun at the same time. This at least slowed down the pace of the world's destruction. Rain, evaporation, and rain again, this was like a cycle that repeated over and over. Tang Jing, what you are doing is futile, you can't completely change the situation. Mo Xie shouted. Tang Jing did not say a word, and only silently urged the dragon god technique to summon the clouds summoning rain. As long as he could save some people, then his efforts would be rewarded, and that would be enough. Mo Xie, you are still a so-called ancient powerhouse, but compared to Tang Jing, your awareness is more than 100,000 miles away. He is saving the masses of humanity, but you want to kill so many people for your own personal gain. You are really too vicious and merciless. The Empyrean fairy sternly accused. Mo Xie turned a deaf ear, and said, what is personal gain, what is great merit? Can a junior like you say it clearly? You still dare to boast and lecture me so shamelessly, the ignorant are fearless. You are already at the end of your rope, there is no other way, you should just give up this so-called struggle. Give up. I, the Empyrean fairy, do not have such a word in my dictionary. The Empyrean fairy soared into the air and summoned the mountain river map. The Ganjiang sword flashed, and fiercely attacked the mountain river map. The Empyrean fairy was not afraid, and hurriedly urged the mountain river map to fight with Mo Xie's Ganjiang sword. Back and forth, the light of treasures was extraordinary, and the momentum was great. Mo Xie was distracted, and the speed at which the golden crow's soul condensed slowed down. The other old subordinates of the Yellow Emperor were incomparably anxious, but there was nothing they could do. However, there were smart people who immediately attacked Tang Jing in groups of 3 to 5, and it was also a good thing to get rid of this big problem in their hearts first. Tang Jing was fully focused on summoning the clouds summoning rain, and had no time to protect himself. However, the Thundercloud Beast and Scarlet Lunar Beast stood in front of him to protect him, and did not allow the enemy to come even half a step closer. A tug-of-war began. The Thundercloud Beast's lightning attack was very frightening. When the lightning struck the enemy would emit black smoke and fall to the ground. The Scarlet Lunar Beast's tail was very powerful, and when it swept across and hit the enemy would be swept away. The old subordinates of the Yellow Emperor were not ordinary people, and the few people from before were too rash. After losing these few people, the others became cautious. Yi Meiyu stood at the back of the group. She did not rush forward rashly, as that was not her style. She was not a brute who only knew how to charge forward. She quietly moved and did not get close to Tang Jing. Tang Jing had once broken her traceless dream, so she was rather afraid. She had her eyes on the Empyrean fairy. Chapter 1339. While the Empyrean fairy and Mo Xie were in the midst of a fierce battle, Yi Meiyu secretly came to a place not far away. She opened her hands and quietly cast the traceless dream. When she cast the spell, Mo Xie immediately sensed it. After all, he and Yi Meiyu had already cooperated with each other once. This tacit understanding made him immediately excited, but he remained calm and continued to activate the Ganjiang sword, fiercely attacking the Empyrean fairy. In the eyes of the Empyrean fairy, the Ganjiang sword was ferocious, so she immediately counterattacked. The stately painting swept up a gust of wind, revealing a huge rock that smashed towards the Ganjiang sword. Clang! With a loud bang, the Ganjiang's sword was smashed right on the spot. The Ganjiang's sword rapidly fell and stabbed into the rock. The Empyrean fairy's eyes flashed with a hint of complacency. She happened to see Tang Jing being surrounded by the enemy and was in extreme danger. She shouted, "Be careful," and flew in front of Tang Jing, protecting him and attacking the enemy. She did not notice the change in the eyes of the Tang Jing behind her, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tang Jing raised his hand, and a cold light flashed in his hand, stabbing towards the Empyrean fairy's back. When Mo Xie saw this, he was overjoyed. He and the Empyrean fairy had the same cultivation, both were at the first stage of the Mahayana realm. It could be said that they were on par, and it would not be easy to defeat the other party in a short period of time. Yi Meiyu's little trick happened to make up for this, and could help him end the battle quickly. Seeing the cold light silently stabbing towards the Empyrean fairy, Mo Xie seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. Taking advantage of this gap, he quickly cast a spell to condense the soul of the golden crow. Countless specks of light gathered towards the soul of the 8th golden crow and gradually took shape. The Empyrean fairy did not notice the change behind her at all. The god of death had already descended on her head, but she did not know. Normally, she would definitely have noticed. However, this was the dreamscape created by the traceless dream's sacred art. Her focus and reaction speed were greatly reduced. Fu Yao, be careful of Yi Meiyu's heart's dream, wake up quickly. A weak voice sounded in Empyrean fairy's ears. The voice was very weak, as if it came from a faraway place. She almost missed it. However, it was as if he had been enlightened. The Empyrean fairy quivered as if she had just woken up from a dream. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and charged forward. Yi Meiyu's attack missed, the cold light stopped at the position where the Empyrean fairy was standing. If she had not rushed forward for a distance, the cold light would have pierced through her back. The Empyrean fairy turned her head and happened to see this scene. Her consciousness immediately became clearer, and she kept telling herself that this was all a dream. Traceless dream had lost its effect. The appearance of Tang Jing underwent a tremendous change and turned into Yi Meiyu's appearance. The killing intent in the Empyrean fairy's eyes surged as she said, "You still want to use this method to kill me?" Whiz! A ray of cold light flew out from the mountain river map and shot straight towards Yi Meiyu. Yi Meiyu panicked and immediately ran backwards in an attempt to avoid this attack. She was very clear about the difference between her and Yi Meiyu. Furthermore, as long as Traceless Dream lost its effect, her so-called attack would not be of much use. She wanted to dodge, but it was useless. Puff! The cold light pierced through her chest, bringing with it a flower of blood. She fell backwards with a loud bang, her eyes flashing with despair. Be careful. Mo Xia flew behind her and caught her, preventing her from falling into the bottomless abyss below the heavenly mountain. Mo Xia anxiously tapped on her body a few times. This time, the damage was very severe, passing through her right chest and almost injuring her heart. At the last moment, she dodged in time to avoid the vital point of her heart. Don't worry, I'll save you. Mo Xia comforted her, circulating her energy to stabilize her injuries. Yi Meiyu's face was pale and her breathing was heavy. In that moment, she felt the threat of death and her heart seemed to have stopped beating. At this moment, she was finally still alive. She was extremely lucky and understood the beauty of being alive. Mo Xia put her down and looked up at the sky. The eighth soul of the golden crow had been condensed. The 8 suns shone in the sky. Although there was a sun rain, it was still extremely hot, almost melting people. When Tang Jing saw this scene, his heart turned cold. He had worked so hard, but the enemy was still approaching success step by step. Was there really no way to stop it? Empyrean Fairy's heart also darkened. She nodded towards Tang Zheng and said, "Thank you." Just now, if not for Tang Zheng noticing the clues in time and reminding her, she would have been killed by Yi Meiyu. Tang Zheng bit his lips and said, "The situation is getting more and more dangerous. We have to help Li Xiaotian and successfully shoot down the soul of the Golden Crow." Empyrean Fairy also understood this point and nodded heavily. The soul of the Golden Crow was the key. They were fighting to the death with the Yellow Emperor's old subordinates, and the soul of the Golden Crow was still condensing. "For symbols venerable." Tang Zheng called out, and the 4 symbols venerable appeared on the mountain peak with a boom. In this great battle, he was unable to summon the Azura, because the scorching sun above his head was the absolute nemesis of the Azura. The yang qi brought by the few suns was far more powerful than the heavenly furnace array formation. Therefore, if the Azura appeared here, it would be courting death. It would definitely cause irreversible damage. Seeing the appearance of the 4 symbols venerable, Mo Xia was not afraid. Instead, he said jokingly, "Tang Jing, you want to destroy my plan with just this big guy. Wishful thinking. Today, the 9 souls of the Golden Crow will definitely be condensed successfully, and Master will definitely be revived." Mo Xia was resolute and decisive. Tang Zheng's face was ashen as he shouted, "Dream on. Kill." This time, Tang Zheng directly abandoned the Yellow Emperor's old subordinates and rushed towards the soul of the Golden Crow, activating the sky-devouring technique. Since the sky-devouring technique could even absorb the savage aura, could it absorb the soul of the Golden Crow? It was impossible for the soul of the Golden Crow to completely disappear. Even if they successfully stopped Mo Xia this time and used the shooting sun arrows to shatter the soul of the Golden Crow, it would still be scattered in every corner of the world. Once the Yellow Emperor's old subordinates found a way to condense it, it would be another catastrophe, and the cycle would repeat. Mo Xia was not annoyed, but Tang Zheng would be too. Therefore, he wanted to solve this problem once and for all. The only way he could think of now was to use the sky-devouring technique to absorb the soul of the Golden Crow. However, looking at the soul of the Golden Crow hanging high above his head, he was also anxious. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would try again. Therefore, he activated the sky-devouring technique and rushed towards the soul of the Golden Crow. The 2 black holes in his palms merged into one, turning into a huge black hole. Whoosh whoosh. The air in front of him was completely sucked in, and the surging heat wave could not escape the attraction of the black hole. Seeing that he was about to get close, suddenly, a blazing power poured into his body from the top of his head. HM. Chapter 1340. Discovering the situation of the pure yang energy, Tang Zheng was shocked and cried out, "Oh no!" He suddenly realized that these suns shining in the sky would not only affect the Shura but also cause irreversible damage to him. At the same time, this was also fatal to him, especially when he was near the Golden Crow's soul. The yang energy emitted by the Golden Crow's soul was so strong that it would ignite the pure yang energy in his body. The pure yang energy was a fatal danger to him. He originally wanted to use the sky-swallowing technique to absorb the Golden Crow's soul, but now it was difficult to even get close to the Golden Crow's soul, let alone absorb it into the black hole. His expression suddenly sank, and his body also fell down. When the others saw this, they all cried out in alarm. They thought that Tang Zheng's attack would definitely explode with great power, but they never thought that it would be stopped halfway before it could be fully displayed. "Ha ha ha, Tang Zheng, you overestimate yourself. You actually want to get close to the Golden Crow's soul. Others might be able to, but you definitely can't." Mo Xia saw this and laughed wildly. This was a pleasant surprise that exceeded Mo Xia's expectations. However, he immediately understood the reason behind it. Tang Zheng had the 9 yang saint body and contained a lot of pure yang energy. Normally, this pure yang energy was balanced by the pure yin energy and reached a state of balance. Once Tang Zheng got close to the golden crow's soul, this balance would be completely broken and Tang Zheng would not be able to control the pure yang energy. The taste of pure yang energy is very wonderful, right? Don't worry, I will let you slowly taste it and witness the arrival of my master. When the others heard this, they immediately understood the reason and the great danger that Tang Zheng was facing. The mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens immediately remembered the time when they were in the life totem. In order to save Tang Zheng, she had no choice but to offer her first kiss. Mouth to mouth, she fed her pure yin energy to Tang Zheng. That scene caused many ripples in her heart. In the dead of the night, when she recalled this scene, her heart would inexplicably throb. She gritted her teeth and threw away these messy thoughts. She did not rush to catch Tang Zheng. She was afraid that Tang Zheng would lose control and ask her for a kiss again. As the Empyrean fairy, she could not bring herself to do this in front of so many people. However, the other person did not have such concerns. When Li Xiaotian saw Tang Zheng falling from the sky, he subconsciously soared into the air and caught him. Ah! She couldn't help but cry out in surprise because Tang Zheng's body was too hot, like a furnace, making her subconsciously want to let go. But in the end, reason prevailed over her nature. She gritted her teeth and held on tightly to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was unbearably hot. Although he still had reason, when Li Xiaotian hugged him, that cool purine energy entered through every pore of his body. It was as if he had suddenly fallen into a cold lake, refreshing his heart. He felt as if he had found a treasure and hugged her tightly. Li Xiaotian's heart tightened. She had been thinking about Tang Zheng for a long time, and this strong hug had stirred her thoughts. She was very clear about the danger of Tang Zheng's pure yang energy eruption. Now that his pure yang energy had erupted again, it was life-threatening. She also knew how to restrain pure yang energy. After hesitating for a moment, she did not hesitate to send her seductive lips to Tang Zheng's mouth. When their lips touched, an endless stream of pure yin energy was transmitted over, causing Tang Zheng to be startled. He did not expect Li Xiaotian to be so proactive, to the point of making such a huge sacrifice to save him. The two of them were very close to each other. Their eyes met and they communicated silently. Tang Zheng could see the determination in her eyes. He did not reject her good intentions. She was willing to make such a huge sacrifice to save him. If he rejected her good intentions, he would have let her down. However, this scene shocked everyone, especially Empyrean Fairy, who felt a little strange in her heart. If she did not hesitate, then perhaps the person who kissed Tang Zheng would be her. Thinking of this, her entire body trembled. She took a deep breath and quickly restrained these messy thoughts. Yi Meiyu was heavily injured and her aura was weak. When she saw this scene, she was furious. This damned Tang Zheng had rejected her embrace back then, yet he was still unclear with so many women. This was a great insult to her. It was equivalent to her being defeated by other women. Mo Xia opened his eyes wide. He obviously understood what this meant, and that was that Tang Zheng would not really be detonated by the pure yang energy. Separate the two of them. Mo Xia shouted. So. A few former subordinates of the Yellow Emperor soared into the sky, activating their magic treasure S to attack the two of them in the air. The two of them had no time to care, and could only watch as the magic treasure approached. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a huge figure descended. The 4 symbols venerable protected the two of them, and the magic treasure S of the others were unable to get close to them. The two of them landed on the ground, but they were still hugging each other tightly. Their lips were even tighter, as if they wanted to fuse into each other's bodies. The restlessness in Tang Zheng's eyes gradually calmed down, and his eyes lit up with a trace of gratitude. Yes, he was very grateful to Li Xiaotian for stepping forward. If not for her, he would not have been able to control the restless pure yang energy. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Li Xiaotian seemed to be drunk, her cheeks flushed red. She had already cultivated the art of charm, and now she was even more charming and alluring. If it was someone else with a weak will, they would have been unable to control themselves after seeing this scene. However, Tang Zheng was not an ordinary person, and his will was unimaginably firm. Therefore, even though the beauty was good, he still let go of her. Their lips parted, and a trace of reluctance lingered in Li Xiaotian's heart. "Thank you," Tang Zheng sincerely said. Li Xiaotian's lips curled into a smile, and she pretended to be free and easy as she said, "It was nothing." No one noticed the bitterness in that smile. Tang Zheng restrained the pure yang energy and regained his vitality. He stared at the ninth golden crow's soul that was gathering in the sky, his face darkened, and said to Li Xiaotian in an inaudible voice, "We must shoot down the soul of the golden crow, or else, this world will be finished." Li Xiaotian's heart tightened, and she also abandoned her feelings. She knew that Tang Zheng's words were reasonable, and said, "Why don't I give you the heaven-shocking bow and the shooting sun arrows? Last time, you shot down the soul of the golden crow, so you can definitely do it this time." Tang Zheng shook his head slightly, rejecting her suggestion. "No, they can be of greater use in your hands. The situation this time is completely different from last time. Mo Xia can control the soul of the golden crow to dodge, even I can't shoot them down." Li Xiaotian's face froze, and asked worriedly, "Then what should we do?" Tang Zheng was silent. Because of the agitation of the pure yang energy, Tang Zheng had no choice but to stop the clouds and rain. Without rain to reduce the heat, the world seemed to have turned into a furnace, with countless flames jumping up from the ground. The scorching air was sucked into people's lungs. Immediately, their lungs felt as if they were on fire, burning their bodies. Countless people despaired, thinking that they had reached the end of their lives. In fact, even humans had reached the end. Tang Zheng looked at the sky, as if he was silently asking, had humans really reached the end? No. He gave a firm answer in his heart. "Let's aim at the same target. I'll lure it out, and then, you find a chance to shoot it down." Tang Zheng used himself as bait, risking his life. Li Xiaotian immediately denied it. "No, the soul of the golden crow will detonate your pure yang energy again, it's too dangerous. There's no time, this is the only way. If sacrificing myself can shoot down this damned golden crow soul, then I'll accept it." Tang Zheng clenched his teeth and said hatefully. Li Xiaotian stared at him with burning eyes and said, "Is it worth it?" "Yes." Tang Zheng nodded without hesitation, "Because, in this world, there are too many people that I care about." "Am I one of them?" Li Xiaotian hesitated for a moment but finally asked. Tang Zheng rubbed her hair, smiled slightly, and said with an unquestionable tone, "Of course." After saying this, he rose into the air and flew towards the soul of the golden crow. Li Xiaotian's heart was filled with complex emotions, and silently said, "Thank you," then suppressed all of his emotions, drew his bow, and aimed at the soul of the golden crow. Suddenly, that familiar mysterious feeling attacked her heart again. At first, when she drew the bow and pulled the arrow towards the soul of the golden crow, this feeling appeared in her heart. It was as if the heaven-shocking bow and sun-shooting arrow were different when facing the soul of the golden crow. When he aimed at the soul of the golden crow, this feeling became even stronger. Suddenly, her heart moved, and she suddenly understood. "I understand, these two divine weapons and the soul of the golden crow are old enemies, there is a kind of fate between them. When I aimed at the soul of the golden crow, the divine weapons also sensed it. She hurriedly activated Ho Yi's archery, and the sun-shooting arrow gradually turned golden. The golden light became more and more dazzling. However, this dazzling golden light did not last for long. The light suddenly dimmed, and turned into another color. She was shocked, and stared straight at the sun-shooting arrow. It had turned green, like a new sprout on a tree branch, shining with infinite vitality and vitality. Wooden arrow. Li Xiaotian immediately recognized it as if he had found a treasure. This was another change in Ho Yi's archery. Obviously, this was an additional effect caused by the connection with the soul of the golden crow. Li Xiaotian was wild with joy. He stared at the green wooden arrow, with a thought. The wooden arrow turned into a golden arrow, and then back into a wooden arrow. She could change all of this as she pleased. Everyone's attention was attracted by Tang Zheng and the soul of the golden crow, and no one noticed the change in the sun-shooting arrow. Tang Zheng charged towards the soul of the golden crow without caring about his own safety, and used the sky-swallowing technique again. In the eyes of Mo Xia and the mocking eyes of the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates, he was like a fool who was seeking death. They had already determined that Tang Zheng would definitely not be able to escape a second time, because they had already made the corresponding adjustments. Under Mo Xia's orders, the Yellow Emperor's former subordinates all occupied the area directly below Tang Zheng. Once he fell from the sky again, what greeted him would be the fatal attacks of countless treasures. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.